All right, testing, check 1, 2. This is a microphone test for the stream. Test 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello. Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. We'll start momentarily, so please bring your breakfast and drinks and cocktails over to the seating area. There's plenty of room. So all the folks still standing and schmoozing, please be seated. We're starting. So I'd like to introduce Ram Mehran, Freemind Group's managing partner, to kick us off on this 21st annual Non-Dilutive Funding Summit. Got a great lineup for you today, and hope you enjoy it. Lunch will be served at noon. And the agenda is right out front. You can you can see exactly what we have installed. If you do have a scheduled meeting, it will be right through those doors in the other room. And yeah, so Ram, please, all yours.
Hey everyone, good morning. Let's see. Became quiet. Morning, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. 21st Annual Non-Dilutive Funding Summit. We've been doing that for a while now. Well, let's be honest. 25 did not make things very easy for anyone in this room. Was a bit of a challenge for everyone between federal uncertainty, the lingering fundraising drought. Our industry found itself searching sometimes desperately, I think, for stability, for clarity, for a funding ecosystem that actually understands that behind every proposal stands a patient, an entrepreneur, a scientist trying to change the world. And yet, we believe not everything was bleak. There's a genuine recognition in Washington of the life science sector's needs. There's a sincere desire to support innovation. The commitment is real, the urgency is real, but so is the fact that we are still operating without a fully approved federal budget to the NIH, and without a strong, reliable vehicle to deliver that support. As many of you know, the NIH is still functioning under a continuing resolution, effectively the 2024 budget. Despite overwhelming bipartisan support, the SBIR program remains unreauthorized. At this point, some might say the federal process moves at its own pace, which is very true, but not fast enough for anyone here. Nevertheless, looking ahead to 26, I am genuinely optimistic. I have strong reason to believe that both federal budget for the NIH and in general and the SBIR reauthorization will be resolved before the end of this month. And we expect no cuts in the budget, supporting life sciences innovation, and in fact, a change for the better for the SBIR program. When that happens, we will finally step into a more stable, better aligned reality, one where federal commitment, state-level initiatives, and a recovering financial sector all converge to create a true turning point year for early-stage life sciences innovation. And this is exactly where we, Freemind, comes in. 26 years, Freemind has stood with the industry through every cycle. Budget delays, CRs, shutdown threats, reauthorization dramas. This is not the first time it happens, and everything in between. We've helped our clients navigate uncertainty, identify opportunities others overlook, and secure non-dilutive funding that keeps groundbreaking science moving forward. In 25, if 25 taught us anything, I believe it's that strategy matters, expertise matters, and having the right partner matters even more. As we wait for Washington to catch up, Freemind continues doing what we do best, finding pathways to funding, guiding teams through complexity, and ensuring innovation does not stall simply because the federal calendar does. A few of our originally scheduled speakers, unfortunately, could not join us today, primarily due to the SBR situation. While unfortunate, it gives us an opportunity to highlight funding sources that stood way too often outside the spotlight, and more importantly, to showcase an extraordinary expertise within our own team. Our group leader, Danny Fulton, and VP of Client Strategy, Alexandra Dove-Cohen, will lead a workshop later today, I think 2 o'clock, sharing years of experience, practical insight into maximizing non-dilutive funding. And I highly encourage anyone to stick around and experience that. If there was ever a year to lean on experience, this is it. Finally, as I do every year, I want to recognize the 25 Freemind Elite. This year, perhaps more than any other year before, their achievements stand out. Dionysus Healthcare, Prodigy Biotech, Eligo Biosciences, Sirona Medical Technologies, and Secretum Therapeutics, coming from different places around the world, covering different fields of research and science, each secures substantial non-dilutive funding in an environment that was anything but simple in 2025. Their success is a powerful reminder that great science, exceptional teams, and yes, the right strategic guidance can break through even when the broader landscape feels uncertain. They embody exactly what this summit is about: resilience, ingenuity, and a relentless pursuit of innovation. So my call to action is simple. Do not wait for clarity, create it. Lean into strategy, lean into opportunity, and yes, lean into Freemind. Because the breakthroughs the world needs cannot wait for perfect conditions, and neither should we. We have a really great plan for the day, wonderful speakers, and I really expect you all to enjoy it. Thank you very, very much. Enjoy the day. Thanks a lot.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Ram. Thank you all for coming. I would like to invite Andy Kiliansky. He's the active deputy director of Health Science Futures at ARPA-H. Dr. Andy Kiliansky joined ARPA-H in May 2023 from the International AIDS Vaccine Initiative, the IAVI, where he served as senior director for emerging infectious diseases. During this time, he led the IAVI's filovirus vaccine portfolio, including vaccines focused on Marburg and Sudan virus, whilst also supporting strategy and development and being a key stakeholder engagement across the entire emerging infectious diseases portfolio. Before joining IAVI, Kiliansky was a senior scientist and science and technology manager at the DoD's and at the Department of Defense, where he built programs focused on countering emerging biological threats. During the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, Kiliansky led the interdisciplinary teams on the Department of Defense COVID-19 task force, which focused on vaccine development, supply chain resilience, and COVID-19 operational data tracking and management. Kiliansky received his doctorate in microbiology and in immunology from Loyola University in Chicago, where he studied the virus-host interactions important for coronavirus pathogenesis. Andy, it's a pleasure having you here. Please join us. There you are.
Morning, everybody. It's great to see you all. Thank you all for having me here today. It's been a really exciting week for us at ARPA-H as a relatively new agency within the U.S. government. And coming out of some of the uncertainties and challenges over the last year, this has really been like a we're reopened for business week for us. And so we've spent a lot of time with folks like yourselves small companies, new companies, academics looking to build products that are going to impact people's health. And so it's been really invigorating being out here with this energy and all the movements that are happening across the pharmaceutical and health sectors, and thinking about the role that we can play, right, in those next generation of innovations. I think I'm going to try the clicker here. So my goal today, I know I have an hour. I'm not planning to use anywhere close to it. I'd like to introduce our agency. I'd like to talk a little bit about how we operate, what our priorities are, and then how to work with us. You heard a little bit from my intro. I've been at the intersection of government and non-dilutive funding most of my career. And so it is an incredibly important time for us to be using these sorts of vehicles to really go after innovation that's going to be groundbreaking and transformative for everyone's health, right? But that's also going to meet a public health need and a public health requirement here in the United States. So that's where we come in at our page. We are modeled after the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, or DARPA. So it's our goal to, within the Department of Health and Human Services, pursue high-risk, high-reward types of research and development that are going to be transformative and revolutionary, right, when it comes to patient outcomes, and not evolutionary. So we work very closely with our partners at the NIH, with BARDA and other colleagues across the U.S. government around where those gaps and seams continue to exist when it comes to health outcomes here in the U.S. Much like DARPA, you're going to see some common themes here throughout the talk today. We focus on, like I mentioned, those high-risk and high-fail potential research and development projects. That's an interesting concept, right? When we talk to small companies, emerging technology companies, right, folks who are trying to build in this space, because a typical business plan doesn't involve a lot of failure when it comes to product development. And so, we seek to balance out the risky nature of a lot of the work that we do in the health sciences with the type of capital that's enough to move the needle and either prove out a concept and build a product pipeline towards a novel health improvement outcome, or understand what didn't work with that concept, get that information out there, and move on to the next thing. So as mentioned, our agency is relatively young, so I was one of the first program managers hired at the agency. So we're coming up on our 4th birthday in the spring. So as a new part of the U.S. government, we've been really building that infrastructure to go after rapid contracting vehicles, to get money out there, and to really work as closely as we can with the emerging tech industry around health challenges. Our agency has 4 primary mission offices. Each of these mission offices has program managers in them, and they execute the large programs that we put out for solicitation. We have some on the street right now. I'm going to talk about those in a few minutes. Each of these mission offices also has an open solicitation, right? So we review project abstracts on a rolling basis that come into our offices because, while we're growing, we don't have all of our program managers covering all areas of health yet. Right, so we have significant gaps in certain technology areas, and where we fill those gaps and where we need to do research in these areas, we look to our open solicitation. Right, so I'm going to talk about our programs and projects here in a minute, but I'd ask everyone to go and look at our website. We have all the open solicitations listed there, and we aim to be as responsive and flexible with our industry partners as possible. If you have a concept, we ask for an abstract. It's a 4 to 6 page requirement. And then we usually turn around feedback in 4 to 6 weeks. So it's a really active process. You get feedback directly from a program manager in one of those offices. And it can really set the stage up for improved resubmissions or going after a different area within the agency. One of the features that we've built into our agency from the beginning are these support functions. And so we have an office that's totally focused on commercialization. So the companies that we work with, especially ones that are in the earlier stages, right, likely lack a lot of the in-house subject matter expertise in product development, in legal, and regulatory, and even in thinking about product market fit and where their company should be heading in the emerging marketplace. And we provide those support services to the companies that we work with, right? So just by virtue of having an ARPA-H funded effort, you can talk to our entrepreneurs in residence, you can talk to our regulatory affairs folks, and we have a broad network, which I'll talk about here in a couple slides, of companies, of non-dilutive partners, of government partners that are spread all across this ecosystem. So we are really invested in the success of the work that we do, and we try to enable that right through our Office of Commercialization and also ARPA-Net H, which is our OT consortium network that spans both proactive health and patient customer experience types of work, as well as investor relations. So just a little bit more about the administrative parts of ARPA-H. So we heard that we're in a continuing resolution right now, right? That continues to exist for us as well. We're an independent agency within Health and Human Services, and so our director, Alicia Jackson, who just got sworn in October, she reports directly to the secretary, right? And so it's our job to not only work with all of you out in industry, but to work with our government partners to see where there might be requirements or needs that aren't being met across CMS, FDA, CDC, NIH, et cetera. Our agency is very small, so we're all extramural focused. We don't have labs, we don't have intramural research. We are an extramural funding agency, and so as a result, we have right now about 120, I think, government employees. That's capped by statute at 200. What's also in our statute is that all of our leadership and program managers have term-limited appointments. So I'm coming up on the end of my first term, which is my first 3 years at the agency, and the max I can stick around at ARPA-H is 6 years. And so we've built in that sort of refreshing capability for our senior leadership and program managers so that we've got folks who have been looking at different problems, have been thinking about different solutions, who've been out there as practitioners in research and development, clinical medicine, public health, right? And we want those ideas to be coming into the agency as much as possible. So while we're always recruiting for interesting research to fund from you all, we're also recruiting program managers because it's a constant churn of folks coming in and out of the agency. We're also built to function sort of like an investment firm in which all of our program managers kind of have a secondary title as operating partner or operating manager, right? Their goal is to build portfolios to solve the problems that they care about, right? So that might be a program, which is a large, $50 to $100+ million effort in which we fund multiple teams. We'll talk about our programs. It might be a suite of smaller investments to de-risk a certain area of the market where technology doesn't exist yet. But our program managers build these portfolios around their thesis, and it's our job as agency leadership to help them, right, realize their portfolio vision. So for any successful submission or program concept that comes into our agency, we ask these questions of those submissions. So these are borrowed again from the Heilmeyer Catechism, which is what a former DARPA director developed as really the core key questions around what we should know and understand about the trajectory of a research project before we start. So you can see those here. We at the agency have added a couple more on the end. So we do have a focus on accessibility and user experience. So unlike DARPA, right, that has the military services, the Marine Corps, for example, that can start a program of record and really fund the further development of technology into something that the military can use, we have to have our products be private sector commercializable, right? That's the way that patients are going to interact with our innovations. And so, we really think a lot about the investments that we make and how those products can be made accessible across the country and really be patient-focused. And then we have a second question, question number 10 there that we've added, which is all about perception and potential for misuse and misalignment. And so, in this emerging AI and bio universe that we all occupy now, right, we're very conscious of how those tools are going to be used out in clinical practice and in research and development. So in terms of the sort of ideation and program development process at our agency, it follows this continuum, right? So we bring in people to the agency, program managers, subject matter experts, and they design programs, right? And again, these are moonshot types of concepts. I run 2 programs at the agency. One is called APEX, which is an antigen design effort, in which we're trying to maximize breadth of immune response with ultimate specificity around the targets that we want to pursue. Right, that is a moonshot type of a concept. We've been trying to develop universal approaches in that space for many, many decades. We haven't been successful, right? So the APEX program seeks to pursue solutions in that space. We recently kicked off a second program called Catalyst, which is all about trying to make all of our physiologies in silico so that we can run non-clinical experiments and also potentially clinical trials digitally without the use of animal models and potentially people. So like those are moonshot goals, and the things that we sort of are tolerant of is failure within those moonshots, right? It's probably not likely that the things that we set out to initially achieve in those programs is going to be successful. However, the teams that we're all working with are going to be developing products and solutions that are going to get us closer to that goal. And so even if we don't get to the moon on those programs, we'll have paved a path for technology development, market opportunity, right, to fill out that space and get to that goal a lot quicker than we would, right, if we didn't do research and development in that area. Right, so we designed these programs and we launched those, and we asked for your input. A big part of any ARPA-H program is its interdisciplinary nature, right? So that, you know, we really stress building teams that have a broad expertise to go after all of the areas, right, that we might be focusing on, realizing a solution in one of those problem spaces. And then, right, it's on us as program managers, after we sign up the people that we're working with on a program, to be very actively managing those efforts across the time continuum. So we have very regular engagements with all of our partners. I work with a lot of people out here in San Francisco, so this week we spent a lot of time at site visits talking about where the work trajectory was heading, what to do next, and then, you know, we're there to help solve problems with those teams. So I mentioned our Office of Commercialization, right, the support we can provide there. We're always looking to modify our agreements and bring in additional partners or cut work, right, that was reaching a dead end. We're very actively involved in the program execution. And so we don't do grants. We're not a grant-making institution. All of our agreements are milestone-based, fixed types of milestone agreements. So we're very actively managing those milestones towards a technical solution with the teams. And then finally, like I mentioned, right, we don't have handoff partners, with a few exceptions, to the other government agencies that we work with, right? Our solutions have to have private sector value. And so one of the success metrics that we have that we're measured on is not scientific publications or, you know, conference proceedings or anything like that. It's, did you talk to the FDA, right? Do you have a strategic partner to advance a therapeutic candidate? Have you started a clinical trial? Those are the sorts of endpoints that we evaluate the success of our programs on. And so we're very, like, commercially market driven in the success metrics that we measure. So just a little bit more detail, I kind of covered this already, but most of our programs have a lifespan of 2 to 5 years, right? So we typically phase those, and so we might have a program call out and we initially select 10 teams. We might give each of those 10 teams 12 months to come up with an interim solution or a prototype or some sort of clinical marker that they might be evaluating. And then throughout the life cycle of that program, we have down selection points. And so as products get more and more mature, really working in an ARPA-H program is exciting because it's a competition between your team and the other teams that are actively pursuing the end solution. So that's a way that we help measure our success, by installing these interim metrics that we evaluate the teams by. All of our program managers, like I mentioned, are term limited, and so we build the programs at ARPA-H to be sustainable beyond my time at the agency and beyond the time of any program manager. And so they are really built for that ultimate solution, things that are going to have a real market need and requirement in the future, and not things that are, like, beholden to one program manager's vision or one office's vision. Okay, so this is a little bit more relevant information for you all. So, right, when a program gets announced, it's already went through a significant vetting process within the agency. When that program is live, typically we have a pretty narrow time window to get a team together and to propose a solution to us. So I'm going to talk about a program we just launched yesterday called Advocate. The proposer's day for that program is in 2 weeks. And solution summaries, which are our abstracts, are due a few weeks after that. And so from, like, program announced to source selection starting, right, and solicitation closed can be as short as 30 days. And especially where our agency is in the fiscal year and, you know, things that we've been stacking up over the past 12 months, you're going to see a lot of programs launch in the next 30, 60 days, right, with those shorter time horizons. We're also really stressing, right, trying to move at the speed of relevance for industry. And so from flash to bang of a program being announced as an opportunity to contracts being signed to start work on that program can be as short as 3 months in some cases. We've worked with our consortia partners to do that in a few cases, but it's typically within 6 to 9 months. We'll have reviewed solutions, we'll have selected performers, and they'll be signed up and working on the program. So that's the kind of speed and the life cycles that we have at the agency. So very rapid types of review and response apparatus that we have, and that's been improving over time as well. I mentioned proposers days. Those are really critical times for you all to get together with the ecosystem to think about solutions. Right? So most of what we do at ARPA-H is sort of problem gazing more than anything else. And so we try to define those problems really well. And we leave the solution space a little bit less constrained, right? And what we really want to do is build teams of folks who will work on that solution, regardless of what exactly that form factor looks like or how they get there. So, we fund a lot of orthogonal approaches in our programs that are all going after that same moonshot goal, but are going after it in different ways. And I mentioned that interdisciplinary nature. Typically, because these are large programs and the timelines are very tight, we see teams of academic researchers, companies, CROs, and other folks getting together to attack this problem collectively. So I guess this is a little bit of a San Francisco theme to the Valley of Opportunity. So that's where we see our fit in the ecosystem, right? There's a lot of great basic research going on at NIH and NSF. We really want to be catalysts for advancing those products and solutions really quickly and determining if there's a there, right, for some of the more basic science discovery elements. So our job is to come in, potentially do some basic discovery and research, but translate that rapidly, get patient impact assessed as soon as possible, right? And then work with you all and the rest of industry around how to continue that development towards something that might be an FDA licensed product, that might be a medical device that we can deploy quickly, et cetera. So, I did cover this, but a lot of our programs, right, have multiple teams on them. We have these go, no go, and these, independent assessment checkpoints built in throughout our program. And so our goal is to find success and fail fast along that way in ways that allow for us to be agile, but also you all to be agile, right? We don't really believe in stringing teams or technologies along, right? We want to understand what the art of the possible is, and if it fits the solution space we're interested in, pursue. And for things that aren't working or aren't successful, right, we start that cycle over again of innovation with you all. And so we aim to be, not only finding those successes, but really finding the failures as soon as possible. And all of our programs are sort of built around that structure. Okay, so, we are a relatively young agency. I think our longest under contract effort is maybe 2 years at this point. However, we have been able to demonstrate some quick wins, and so I wanted to highlight those today. We've got a project that's focused on autonomy in surgery. We actually have a program that's focused on that that's open for solicitation right now. And they've been able to demonstrate some really rapid, autonomous types of surgical procedures that they can execute without human intervention. So when we think about accessibility to certain surgical procedures around this country, it's not uniform, and certainly we need more ability to provide those sorts of surgical procedures and care right across the country. We have a focus in resilient systems, which is that middle bin, and so cybersecurity, supply chain resilience are big things that we think about at the agency. And we have a project called DigiHeals, which is all about autonomous cyber defense in the healthcare ecosystem. Right, so we've all heard the stories about healthcare systems being attacked by ransomware and things like that, and some of the really enormous impact that can cause. We want to be able to employ, cyber agents that can go out there and find these problems, provide solutions, and really keep a closed-loop cyber defense posture within our healthcare ecosystem. And then finally, we have a project called Matrix, which is with a company called EveryCure. They have an approach to take artificial intelligence-enabled assessments of rare disease phenotypes and pair those with potential solutions in the FDA-approved formulary. So thinking about every patient individually, understanding biomarkers, both physical and biochemical, and pairing those assessments with potential FDA-approved solutions that are able to be tried out for a rare disease or a indication. And we've seen some success already with treating patients with this approach using FDA-approved therapeutics. Okay, so I mentioned we have our open office solicitations, and this is all on our website. We have the program-specific solicitations. We have ARPANET-H, which is our other transaction consortia network across the country. So we have 2 hubs outside of our headquarters hub in DC. We have the Investor Catalyst Hub, which is up in Boston. They focus on bringing in investment to our ecosystem, right, to follow on the work that we might catalyze and start at ARPA-H. And then we have a hub in Dallas that's focused on customer and patient experience, right? So they're all about ensuring that the work that we do with you all has those accessibility criteria. It's going to meet the needs of patients across the country. We did talk SBIR briefly earlier in the opening remarks. We do have an SBIR and STTR program that when those things get reauthorized will be reopened. Most of our mission office, our open office solicitations in the different mission offices are kind of executed in a similar way to SBIRs, right? They're seed funding, they're rapid types of approaches without the sort of structure that SBIR puts on some of those other investments. And then finally, we have prize and challenge authority. And so we haven't really launched one yet, but you're likely to see in the near future prize competitions, blind data challenges, right? Things that are going to get the community involved in a more broad and accessible way. Okay, so we do have a few open program solicitations right now that I wanted to highlight. Advocate is a program that I mentioned just launched yesterday. So their goal is all about understanding agentic AI clinical agents in hospitals with a very strong FDA-aligned partnership on what regulation means in those environments. We have a program called AIR, which is all about autonomous robotic surgery, especially for procedures that might need specialists in the clinic, right? But might be a lower bar that might be able to be done by robots in an autonomous fashion. And then finally, we have a program called BOSS, and that's all about stabilizing whole cells so that we can build cell therapies that we can send around the country, right, and make accessible to everyone. The solution summaries, you can see the dates there when they are due on the bottom. And again, a solution summary is a 4 to 6 page abstract. It's a rough order of magnitude budget. It's a little bit about a team that can come together to go after these solutions. So not a ton of preliminary data is required, if any. We funded efforts with conceptual data as opposed to real preliminary data. The teams don't have to be fully formed by abstract submission. And so it's really just a good idea to get a sanity check on the concept that you've put together, a team that might come together around that solution, and then if that fits the needs of what the program is looking for. So I'm going to just really quickly flip through the current open solicitations. I mentioned Advocate. The QR code there will bring you to the Advocate webpage. Again, this is all on the arpah.gov website. They had an interesting set of panel discussions yesterday with leaders from FDA, CMS, et cetera, around if we realize these sorts of things, like what does that mean for industry and for the clinic? I mentioned AIR, right? So AIR has 2 technology focus areas. I mentioned the autonomous robotic systems. They also have a technical area that's focused on microbots, so ways to deploy things, right, in our blood to get to areas where surgical intervention might be necessary. And then BOSS is the biological stabilization, where we want to be able to store and ship whole cells and send that all around the country. And so looking for ways to suspend biology essentially in these cell systems to think about ways to make cell therapies more accessible across the US. Okay, so the other thing that we get asked often is, okay, so we see these solicitations, but what does it mean and what do teams look like that perform on these ARPA-H awards? So I wanted to highlight a couple of those here today. Catalyst is a program that I run, and I mentioned the goal there is to replace animal models with in silico humans. So we've selected a wide range of teams that are pursuing computational and wet lab data generation techniques to get us closer to that goal. We just announced our print awardees earlier this week. Print is a 3D printed organ program, right? So their goal is to 3D print organs in a laboratory that are going to match the needs of recipients for these donor organs that we can't fulfill with our supply chains today. You can see sort of the scale and scope of those teams and those award announcements. Gives you a little bit of an idea of the scale and what we require for teams to come together around for an ARPA-H program. So I believe this is the last slide for me. So in terms of engaging with us, I spend, I'd say, over 50% of my time talking to you all about what we're looking for in solicitations, how to put together an abstract, like what's the right teaming structure for an ARPA-H program proposal. So we spend a lot of time just communicating about our agency, how we function and what our needs are out there in industry and academia. So, please feel free to reach out. We have each program has an inbox, and so if you have questions about Advocate, for example, the website will direct you with how to ask those questions, and then we make our program managers very accessible at Proposers Days, events like things around JPM, and so please, if there's an area of interest here, you can use me as your entryway into ARPA-H, and we'll connect you with the right folks internally. We're also hiring quite a bit, and so the ARPA-H program manager job is a really amazing opportunity. I got to come in with my background and challenges in product development for emerging infectious diseases and biothreats, and really understanding that there were huge gaps in going from candidate development to a product that people can use, that we could put in a stockpile, that we could have ready in case of an emergency. And so you probably could sense a theme in some of my investments around trying to solve some of those challenges with technology. So if you're passionate about a problem, if you've been working at the front line of clinical medicine or research and development in pharma, and there's this thing that we can't quite figure out that would benefit from a significant amount of non-dilutive investment, come to ARPA-H. For 3 years, you have the opportunity to deploy hundreds of millions of dollars of capital in areas that are really important. And so it's been a fantastic 3 years at ARPA-H, and it's a really unique opportunity, one that you don't get really anywhere else within the US government. So thank you all for your attention today. I think that's it for me. Please find me. I'll be around here for another couple hours. Would love to talk more about our agency. And then all of the solicitations, programs, program managers, their interest areas, all of that's on our website. So please explore and reach out, if you have any questions. Thank you. Are we doing questions or? Okay. Yeah, if anyone has questions, like I said, I didn't want to take up the whole hour. Would be happy to answer some of those right now. Yes. Yeah, so the question was, how do you square moonshots with like a business strategy, right? And going after product development and things that have a market. So the way that we work with, especially smaller companies in these areas, is, we'll get pitches from companies that say, hey, we have a new modality, we need to manufacture it and get some clinical data. Can you help us do that? And what we'll do if the modality and the company is really interesting is that we will work towards product development for a lead candidate, something to prove out a concept that this is possible, but we'll also ask in turn for those companies to go back to their platform, their discovery engine, right, the thing that makes them unique, and look at different disease areas, different indications, different applications of a technology. So if we have a company that's doing, let's say, some crazy antibody stuff, we might help them advance a lead candidate to the clinic, but then we'll also ask them to do that crazy antibody stuff for autoimmunity, chronic disease, neurodegenerative diseases, and things like that. So the way that we think about technology development in our agency is very disease agnostic, but platform and toolkit forward. Yeah.
Thank you for that. My question is pretty simple. Is NIH has geographic constraints? In other words, it has to be a U.S. company for SBIRs. BARDA is a little more flexible. Where do you stand?
We have that flexibility as well. So we have prime institutions that we fund that are outside of the United States, and a lot of our teams, because these moonshot concepts are really hard, have subs and other partners that are outside of the U.S. as well. Thank you. Okay, fantastic. Thank you all so much. Like I said, I'll be around and really appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. It was a pleasure. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, so feel free to, eat some food and talk. And we'll be back very soon with Dr. Ken Smith from CIPRIT. Looking forward to it. Thank you. Hello, everyone. If you can sit down, please. I would like to thank you. We are delighted to have Dr. Ken Smith with us, the Chief Product Development Officer at CIPRIT. Created by the Texas legislator and approved by a statewide vote in 2007. CIPRIT leads the state's unprecedented $6 billion investment initiative in cancer research and prevention. To date, the agency has awarded over $4 billion in grants to Texas research institutions, community organizations, companies, and through its academic and product development and cancer prevention programs. CIPRIT has recruited 340 distinguished researchers to Texas, supported the establishment, expansion, and relocation of 72 companies, and funded the delivery of more than 11 million prevention services reaching all 254 Texas counties. After serving at CIPRIT's outside counsel for 10 years, Dr. Smith joined the agency as its inaugural Chief Due Diligence and Patent Officer in September 2021. He was the appointed Chief Product Development Officer in 2022. In this role, Dr. Smith introduced improvements to CIPRIT's application review process that has led to a dramatic increase in the number of companies applying and receiving CIPRIT funds. He brings over 30 years of experience in life sciences in the industry across a broad range of business and legal sectors, including co-founding biotech companies and working as patent counsel for major pharmaceutical companies. Prior to joining CIPRIT, he advised life science companies at all stages of development. Dr. Smith received his JD and PhD in biochemistry from the University of Houston. He also holds an MBA and a master's degree in biochemistry. It's a pleasure. Welcome. Good luck.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. I started with CIPRIT almost 12 years ago, I guess. I was their IP counsel. And I'll talk about our due diligence process, the IP due diligence process. But I kind of got drafted into this position. So today I'm going to focus more on the business development, the grants that CIPRIT gives out to companies as opposed to the research and the prevention side of it. I'll give a little bit of a talk about what CIPRIT does in totality, but I'd like to focus on today our product development portion of CIPRIT. So CIPRIT's mission. So CIPRIT back in 2009, the voters approved a constitutional amendment, and it was re-upped in 2000, I think, 17, 18, 10 years from it. So CIPRIT gets $3 billion every 10 years to distribute to different grants, and comes in 3 flavors. One is the prevention group. Prevention is only allowed to be 9% of the total budget. Then there's research, which is primarily with academic institutions, and they have a lot of different grants. Bring young scientists in, older scientists in, money available to go to different institutions. And then finally, there's product development. And so the idea behind CIPRIT was to really infuse money into Texas because, as you well know, we're on one of the coasts that are normally associated with biotechnology, and the other coast is east, and down in the south, they think they have a coast too. And so over the years, Texas has tried to promote the biotechnology, and it really has, especially in the Houston area, but also in Dallas and also in Austin now. There's a lot more going on in terms of of investment in terms of companies. But the CPRIT, as you can read, CPRIT's mission is not just true, like I said, to give grants, but we wanted to build the infrastructure as well. Not only physical infrastructure, CPRIT doesn't invest in physical infrastructure, but wants companies to come in there, build infrastructure, and as well as having people that can work there, whether it be C-suite people or people that work in the labs. There's a lot of institutions that CPRIT supports along these lines. So here's the grant portfolio. We talked about it a little bit quickly at the beginning here. So out of the $6 billion that CPRIT's been given by the bond funds, $4.05 billion has been dispensed. And you can see the breakdown. The way it kind of works, like I said, with prevention, it only can get 9% of the budget. The budget's $300 million a year, so you can do the math. We don't have a big staff, and so we were able to get most of the money out to grants, not overhead, which is good. Although we've been expanding lately. When I started working with CPRIT, it was probably around 15, 16 people, and then some outside consultants. But now I think we're up to 55, and there's a requisition to get another 10. It's still not a large agency in Texas, but something that has expanded over time. And then academic research makes the bulk of this. So 9% goes to prevention, and then we split, we being academic research and product development, we split about 60-40, 65-35, the rest of the money. So product development has about $75 million a year for awards. And you can read the rest of the data here. So significant accomplishments are listed up here, billions invested. One of the things that's really amazing on the side of the academic research side is they brought in 344 different professors. And like I said, it goes all the way from young professors to older professors, more mature. And it's unbelievable the number of people that they've staffed and where the people come from too. Universities all over the world come down to MD Anderson now and UT and different places in Texas. It's really kind of an amazing accomplishment. You can see that CPRIT's funded over 370 clinical trials with 65,000 patients. Prevention is a big part of CPRIT, and they've done a lot of things. One of the things that happens sometimes in a state as large as Texas is those academic institutions are primarily in the 3 or 4 major cities, right? So Houston, Dallas, Austin. And you'll see from product development, many of our companies are in those three places. But prevention really is something that everybody in Texas seems to benefit from. Every county, I forget how many, there's hundreds of counties in Texas, and all of them have been affected or at least administered to by the prevention group at CPRIT. So although it's smaller in terms of budget, its reach is very, 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 very far. And then as CPRIT has given all the awards, it's really kind of amazing the years I've been working with CPRIT, how many different incubators and innovative groups have sprung up, like I said, primarily in Dallas and Houston. But now there is an infrastructure to build and to come to Texas, and you don't have to feel like, well, I'm not going to have anybody do the work for me. I'm not going to be able to recruit C-suite people. This expansion has been amazing, like I said, and most of my life was spent outside of Texas. I went to Texas to get my PhD and my law degree, but I've been a lot of other places. But Houston's kind of an amazing incubator. This is a slide about the number of approved drugs, and just kind of, you guys all know this, how long it takes and how many different compounds you have to have, the trials you have to do to ultimately get a product approved. So this is the CPRIT development. I'll talk about really what I do now, is the CPRIT Product Development Research Program. So we've got 96 grants out, $852 million. So 78 companies. And I went through it the other day, and almost every company is still in existence in some way, shape, or form, even those from like 2010, I think were some of the earliest grants. And in certain cases, the assets have been sold or the company has been absorbed or merged, but they're still basically, the asset is still alive in most of these cases. 25 companies recruited to Texas. That's kind of why we're here today. It's not just Texas companies, and I'll kind of go through what you need to do to become what we consider a Texas company. There's more than $7.7 billion follow-on in funding from the companies that we've funded. 69 clinical trials, 2,000 patients, 1,500 employees. That's another big part of the infrastructure too, is we like to see that these companies are employing people. That also goes back to the state of Texas and taxes. And then the Texas biotechnology ecosystem has grown nearly 40% since 2010. These are some of the companies, and as you can see, the majority of them, half of them, or more than half of them are in Houston. Dallas is also a big player, as well as Austin, and then lesser in Lubbock and San Antonio and College Station. So let's talk about the process, which I assume everybody's kind of interested in. We just finished in November, actually, awarding, this time it was 9 companies, $67 million. What I've done recently is that I hold back about, I negotiate with the companies a little bit to get the budgets down slightly, usually about 10%, 8 to 12%. And then what we use that money for is later on with some of the companies, we just started something called a supplemental award. And so for companies that we have at CPRIT that are currently being funded and getting money, it's almost like a bridge, or if they've done really well, we want to encourage companies to go fast if we can. On the therapeutic side, it takes time. So we've added, as you'll see, we've added devices, diagnostics, manufacturing, different things that have a little bit less cycle time. And so we want to reward those companies that actually are doing well with goals and objectives with a little more money. Last time, we capped it at about $3 million. This time, it's going to be capped at $2 million, because I think I only have about $8 million left from the $75 million. So what we have is what we'll do we'll post the RFAs in April. That's what we did last year, and that seemed to work out fairly well. And so we have 4 different RFAs. The first one is the Texas Seed Company, and that is basically for really kind of very, very early stage. CPRIT's mission in many ways is to fund early stage companies, not later stage companies. And by CE, I mean early, right? And most of our companies really are we do have some, phase 1, phase 1B clinical trials, but most of them are in that phase or prior to that. So the seed company basically is one that's just getting started, and we cap the award at $3 million. Now, if you're in that category, you can apply for anything like therapeutic, manufacturing, if you have AI, device, diagnostic, anything that's cancer related. I think that's an important point to make here, is that, CPRIT, when CPRIT started out, when I first started work with them, almost every application was a therapeutic application. And by therapeutic, I mean it actually treated the cancer directly. And so, again, that's a long cycle time, a long time to get through FDA. And really, it's kind of funny that we used to work, all our peer reviewers are outside the state of Texas. And so many times when I'd be working with the peer reviewers and stuff, they'd be like, well, CPRIT doesn't do this. CPRIT doesn't do that. And you're thinking, well, we're CPRIT, and we do those kind of things. And they're so protective of Texas money. I find that ironic. It's always like, well, I don't think the Texas people would approve of giving money to do manufacturing. And you're like, well, thank you for being concerned, but that's something that we are trying to develop. And so over time, like I said, the seeds basically can be really anything related to cancer that you can think of. And we even have companies basically that if a cancer treatment causes a particular condition, maybe a respiratory condition or something along those lines, that's included in here too. So if you're cancer adjacent, is kind of like the term we use, don't think that CPRIT won't fund it, because we do a lot of that now. And so, again, we're just trying to broaden our portfolio outside therapeutics. Therapeutics still end up being about 50% at least of the applications that we get in. So we're trying to develop other areas that are just as important to patients, because at the end of the day, we're really looking to make patients' lives better. And so if it's cancer adjacent and that helps people, well, CPRIT's okay with that. So then the other 3 like I said, the seeds are capped at 3 million. The other three are kind of what I've already talked about already. Primarily therapeutics, but adjacent therapeutics, device and diagnostics. We have a lot of companies now in device and diagnostics. Maybe a little bit AI in their diagnostics. And then finally, new technologies. And new technologies, in many ways, is kind of a catch-all. If it doesn't fall in those two categories, then we kind of put it in new technologies. But I do think about manufacturing a lot. Like, we have a company that manufactures CAR T cells. We have companies that manufacture radionuclides for prostate cancer. And so really anything in these categories. And so when you apply to CPRIT, I want you to try and pick the right RFA. But we don't like, oh, those people went into new technologies, and really they're a device and diagnostic company, and we're going to not review the application. That's not an issue. Really, we care about what the science is, and hopefully you put it in the right category. And if you don't, we'll help you, we'll put it in the right category for you. When it comes to these applications, the cap, we really don't have a cap. At one point in time, there was a cap of about 20 million. I don't really like to have a cap, just because if there's something that's so spectacular that needs 35 million and it ends up helping a lot of cancer patients, then we're fine with that. The thing is, though, if you're going to ask for 35 million out of 75 million, it better be a really, 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 really good application. You might be in phase 3 or already, approved. So we do want to encourage companies to apply and then use your budget, judiciously. I mean, this last time we had 9 companies and it was 65 million. So it's about 7 or 8 million. We did have a couple companies. The largest amount I've ever seen awarded, I think, is about 18 million. But this time we awarded 14, I think, for 1 or 2 companies. So it's not an insignificant amount of money. I know that things have gotten much more expensive. Even preclinical stuff has gotten expensive. And so, I feel bad in the sense that we haven't been able to keep pace. Our budget is set at 300 million. And so that's not going to go up unless we can ask for more in the next appropriation. But at this point in time, we know it doesn't go as far as we used to. So we try and get, the last 2 times I think we've done 8 or 9 companies. And that's the expectation this time around. So it's a multi-stage process, and this we've changed. Years ago with CPRIT, you used to have to fill out a full application. And the full application was quite lengthy, a little bit redundant, but 80 to 120 pages is still kind of a heavy lift to do when you're just applying for a grant. And so what we went to was a preliminary application, and the idea here is to basically do a quick sort of different companies and move them to the next stage. It also helps the companies so that you guys don't have to prepare 100 pages. The way the preliminary application is set up now, like a 2-page summary, and then kind of a slide deck, maybe 16 slides, and then 2 or 3 pages on goals and objectives and budgets. And again, they can be relatively rudimentary. This stage is probably more focused on the science than it is the other important aspects, of which I'll get to in the full application. But the science is kind of the main driver. We have panels. Well, last time we got 164 applications, which is the most we had ever gotten. I think the previous year was 90, and every year we seem to get more and more applications. I'm expecting a couple hundred this time. We're getting to the point where we can only handle so many. The process has gotten, more complicated, and I need more and more reviewers, and so it's difficult to get enough panels together once you get about 150 applications. But we did 164 last time, and I did try to separate some of the panels to just do seeds, because sometimes when you combine seeds with the other RFAs, the expectations kind of rise for the seeds. The expectation for the seeds is relatively low, but I will tell you all that when you apply, you better have some data. That's the biggest thing on the preliminary application that they're looking at. They want to see some data of some sort. And so we go through the preliminary applications, and this time we selected 24 applications out of 164 to go to full application. I will tell you, however, that I thought, I go through all of them and listen through all the panels and go through their critiques. Probably could have been another 20 we could have moved to full application. It's gotten that competitive now. And so through full application, like I said, we have 24 companies that we move forward to full application. And the full application basically goes back to kind of CPRIT's roots, where you have 80 to 100 pages, 120 pages, great amount of detail, as much detail as you can. And it's just not the science, right? We want to see, you know, your clinical plan. We want to know what regulatory, have you had a pre-IND meeting, have a meeting with the FDA? If you have, we want to know how that came out. Sometimes you can supplement. There's CMC people on our review panels. There's VC people, there's PE people. We cover really the whole spectrum. There's marketing people. You better have an idea of how you're going to make money off this. It's important. Less important to CPRIT, although, as you'll see, we do get remuneration from this. But it's really important to the people that actually review this. So don't just think the science is going to be reviewed. Every aspect of your application is going to be reviewed. And you need to think about that when you put the application together. If you're short, if you have a management team is one of the biggest things that the reviewers look at. And so if you have holes in your management team, that's fine, but you got to use consultants, or at least have an idea to know what you don't know, and to know how to get what you don't know. They're really big on that, to tell you the truth. So you have to be invited, you do the application, and once we get the application in, then that application is reviewed. And what we've done with these panels is the panel usually somewhere between 7 to 9 people. What we've tried to do is customize the panels for each of the companies. So you're not just thrown in with people that have no expertise in what you're doing. Now again, there's a limit to that, right? But we're not going to have someone who's a device and diagnostic guy doing therapeutics, and we're not having a therapeutic person. Whether we can get a small molecule person as opposed to a CAR T person, that's a little more difficult. But we do try and fashion each of our review panels after whatever you're doing. So please believe that you're getting a very good review of your application. So the applications come in, they're reviewed by the panels. The panels actually put together questions. Those questions are sent to the company. Then the company comes in for an interview, virtual interview. They used to actually come into Houston for an interview. I can't even imagine how it was done. But it's a virtual review. It's about 3 hours long. And what the goal is to basically is not for you to go over your proposal. It's really to answer the questions that the peer reviewers have for you. And we spend a lot of times, it usually doesn't take any more than 3. I've had a couple of them go a little bit longer, but that's an opportunity for you to show the panel that you understand what you're doing. And the questions are quite incisive and can be lengthy at times, but we try and keep it to 20 or 30, and then we'll have that full application review. At the end of that full application review, that particular day where you actually have the Zoom call, we'll decide, a score. The panelists will decide a score, and they'll decide whether to move you on to due diligence. Now, due diligence is important, but really the full application review is the most important. If you get through the full application review, the expectation is that your company will be not necessarily funded, but will be recommended for funding, right? So once you get through all that, and out of the 24 this last time, I think it was 13 or it's 14. 14 got through. And then it goes to due diligence review. And so because we don't have the internal expertise, and because I haven't been allowed to do it because now I'm the Chief Product Development Officer, we do an IP review with using third-party reviewers. And basically they do a fairly detailed due diligence of your technology. Not a full freedom to operate, too difficult to do, but they will go through all the patents that you've either licensed or you own. They'll go through licensing, your license agreements, your agreements with manufacturers, just to make sure that there are no IP glitches, that you're not giving away the farm because you work with some manufacturing company to make your molecule. And then there's what we call an integrity review now. Just because of all the AI and all the situations, we have someone actually go through your full application to make sure that you've actually done the work you say you've done, that the peer-reviewed articles actually exist, and those kind of things. But like I said, unless there's some red flags, you should be recommended for funding. And then finally, what happened for the first time this past year is that in the past years, all the companies that ever got recommended for funding by the review panels actually got funded. This year, that didn't work out. So we had 14 companies that were recommended for funding, and like I said, we could only pick 9 because we had 67 million. So each year it's gotten much, much more competitive. And then the rest is kind of internal stuff. We have something called the PIC, and we have something called the Oversight Committee, and that basically is kind of a secret internal process. There's no participation by the applicants. And this kind of summarizes kind of the dates that we did last year, which I think will be similar this coming year. So the expectation is that in April, we'll put up the RFAs, the portal open. And to keep the applications down, the portal was only open for 10 days last year. I can remember times where we'd leave it open for a month. I might even go down to a week, I don't know. It's not that we don't want applications, it's just 164 ended up being, and you can see, requested $1.1 billion, and we have $75 million to give. So trying to wrestle with that. And like I said, some of this stuff I've gone over already, but this gives you kind of the time frame. And this time frame will probably be the same for 2026 as it is for 2025. Contract requirements. This is an important part to know. So all the way, we have to sign a contract with CPRIT. The funding is tranched. That's a really important point. So the expectation is, what rarely happens, is that the grant will be for 3 years. And we have ways to extend the grants in terms of, not making your goals and objectives. But what we do is we tranche the funding. So the first year, if it's, and again, it's based on your budget. So some budgets, right, you spend more money in the first year, some budgets you spend more money in the third year. But whatever the funding is for that particular year, what CPRIT will do is give you 50% of the money up front, if you need the money up front. And then after that, once you make certain goals and objectives, 90% of the money spent, then you can actually ask for the second tranche. And we do that for each successive years. So in many ways to basically protect CPRIT, right? If the project goes, awry, especially if you're doing a clinical trial or something, some companies basically bow out at some point in time, and this protects CPRIT in terms of funding. Company must submit quarterly budgets and annual audits and progress reports. I will tell you, we are trying to kind of modernize more our accounting so that it'd be a little bit more efficient. It is a little bit more stringent and a little bit more particular than money from like NIH or federal government money. I know that kind of hangs some people up from time to time. We do have people in Texas that can help you with the process that have worked with CPRIT for a long time. It's worthwhile probably to work with one of those people, not necessarily recommending it, but some people have gone to that to use these accountants that have worked with CPRIT, know what CPRIT needs and wants so that you can get remunerated. Or at least you can basically, if you've been advanced money, then you can basically show that you've used that money. This is probably one of the most important slides being here in San Francisco, because when you apply to CPRIT, you do not have to be a Texas company. You don't actually really have to be a company, right? I would recommend that you are, at least in some kind of form, have set up an LLC or set up some kind of corporation, but you don't. Technically, you don't have to do either. And the idea is that we want to encourage people, if they want to move to Texas, we want to make it as easy as possible. So, but you have to fulfill 4 of these 7 criteria within the first year that you receive CPRIT money. So the day you actually get money, 1 year from that date, you have to fulfill 4 of these 7. And as you can read them, obviously, it's just, all we want is the people to be there in Texas. We want the CEO to be there. We want most of the C-suite if it can be there. When manufacturing in Texas, clinical trial sites, that's usually pretty easy with MD Anderson and all the things that are there. Research organizations or private institution, you collaborate, usually MD Anderson or UT. The manufacturing sometimes, and I don't know what I'm doing on time, but manufacturing activities in Texas, we know sometimes, and I want to bring this up because this has gotten to be a more critical point in Texas. You're supposed to we want you to spend at least 90% of the money in Texas. And there's a minimum of 40 you're supposed to spend in Texas. Obviously, we want Texas taxpayer money to go in Texas. But this gets to be an issue with CDMOs and certain people that you're using outside of Texas, right? Some of your budget can be heavily weighted, right, for clinical people and stuff like that. And so we try and work with you, but you want to let us know that in fact you're using someone outside of Texas so we can sign off on it. And manufacturing can be that way sometimes too. We know that manufacturing sometimes is very expensive or the timing might not work for a company in Texas. But these 7 criteria are important, and you have to fulfill 4 of 7. You have to do it even 2 years beyond the termination of your contract. Because we have companies basically that got bought, we have companies that merge, so there are ramifications to that. We also have a match requirement, right? So for every dollar that you get under 20 million, you have to match it, your company has to match it 50 cents on the dollar. And that's a requirement that cannot be waived. And then once you get above 20 million, which happens sometimes because we have companies that have multiple awards, then it's dollar for dollar, right? And that has to be verified. That can't be in-kind money. It has to be mostly money in the bank. We've done some things like if you have an SBIR or certain other type of grants that you're using for the same project, we may give you credit for that. But by and large, it's money in the bank. And that's it. Cool. Questions? Well, I covered everything, huh? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We are delighted to invite Ashim Subidi. He's the acting director of BARDA, Drive BARDA, at BARDA. Ashim Subidi is the acting director of the Division of Research Innovation and Ventures, Drive, and the director of the Drive Catalyst office at BARDA. Within the U.S. Department, HHS, Ashim leads a team dedicated to fostering health, security, innovation, ecosystem, and development of commercialization of next generation health security technologies through several novel public-private partnerships, including BARDA Ventures, Venture Capital Investment Partnerships, BARDA Accelerator Network, partnerships to provide accelerator services and proof of concept funding, and several R&D funding programs like Antiviral Innovation Prize, Type to Treat, Ready Detect, Next Gen Diagnostics. Prior to BARDA, Ashim was at the NIH, where he supported biomedical entrepreneurship and product development by both academic and small business innovators at the NCI, Small Business Development Center, NIH Small Business Education and Entrepreneurial Development, SEED, and the Rapid Acceleration of Diagnostic, RADx program. Ashim joined the federal government as a presidential management fellow and worked at multiple programs across the NIH and the FDA Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. He received his PhD in biological and biomedical science with a secondary concentration on science, technology, and society from Harvard. We're pleased to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was a good journey back in time to hear about all the things I've done. So thank you for the invitation. Really excited to be here, and thanks to you all for making the time to join us here today with all the craziness going around. Before I start, just to sort of for my own sort of perspective to know who I'm talking to, how many of you here know about BARDA or had heard about it in the past? Oh, this is great. In the past, this was like, I would say pre-COVID, when we'd go and ask this question, we'd probably see like 1 or 2 hands. So it's good to see that, people know about BARDA, what we do. And so it's always helpful. And how many of you have a startup or a small business company? Okay, good number. So exactly the target audience. Obviously, as I think a lot of speakers have talked about. I mean, I want to sort of start with saying, like, I hear your pain, a lot of uncertainties and what are things. So I mean, I'm hopefully going to sort of tell you about some of the programs and things that we have where it will give you more hope, right? I mean, we obviously, as part of the federal government, our goal is to really foster innovation in healthcare with the goal of having public health impact. That's the goal we are all working towards, and we'll continue to do that, and we need your support. And so really, again, appreciate you all. Just continue to do what you do. Okay, so a lot of you already know BARDA, so I don't have to spend too much time on it, but I always like to start with sort of saying, where do we fit within the US government, right? Because it's a black box. I mean, massive sort of, infrastructure and bureaucracy, and there is a lot going on. So we are in the Department of Health and Human Services, and so within HHS, there are several operating divisions. So, a lot of you know about NIH, FDA, CMS, CDC. So just like in ARPA-H you heard from this morning, just like all of those, we sit within HHS, and we sit in an organization called Administration for Strategic Preparedness and Response, or ASPR, which is a relatively new operating division. We've been around as an operating division for the last few years. And so within ASPR, then sort of there is BARDA, and we really play sort of this critical role of focusing on public health emergency preparedness and response. And so what I mean by that is, you obviously all sort of know about COVID and sort of the impact of it, right? And so, and as part of that, with any pandemic or any public health emergency that might arise, we really need to be prepared for, and we need to know how to respond to it. And there are sort of multi-pronged approach to that. You can sort of have a response element where we have sort of boots on the ground to respond to any emergency that might come about. But the ideal scenario is to be prepared. And so how do we ensure that we have the tools that we need for any public health emergency that might come? And so that's where we sort of come in and play a role. And our role is really product development. How do we ensure that we have technologies that is ready when we have to deal with any of these potential emergency situations? And that is working with our industry partners. And so you see sort of our model. Our model is really sort of facilitating these partnerships. We do not do it ourselves, and we cannot do it ourselves. We work with our partners, industry partners, academic partners, to ensure that we are developing these technologies and tools that can help us in these scenarios. And we do that, again, we really leverage flexible, nimble authorities. We really want to ensure that we have built models where we can accelerate these partnerships and support innovators. We do that with sort of, this sort of multi-funding year funding approach. And, I'll talk about it. We take this holistic approach to product development. We understand developers come to us at different stages. Some of them are really starting at that initial ideation stage where they have amazing idea that came out of academia. They're trying to figure out, how do I bring it to the next level? And we have partners that are already at a clinical stage, and what they need is support to bring the trial forward, to bring the resources to take it all the way through FDA approval. And so that's kind of our sort of mantra is we really need to meet the innovators where they are. And we also really understand the value of expertise. We can give money, we can pour a lot of money and resources, but oftentimes if you do not tie it with all the relevant resources that are needed, it's going to fail, right? So, and then, the examples of those are, at some point, you need to figure out a regulatory path. You have to go and get this approval. And so how do you ensure that you have the expertise needed? And so obviously the company and the innovators bring that, but we also supplement that with our own expertise. And so I'll touch on how do we sort of build that partnership model. But really, idea is to promote innovation. We want to foster innovation. We want to make sure that we are taking advantage of the emerging and cutting-edge technologies. So we are really sort of at the forefront of innovation. And a testament to this whole model is sort of our track record. So we've been around as an organization for about 20 years now. And in those 20 years, we have gotten, I think this is a little outdated. We are, I think, close to 809 approvals now, FDA approvals. And so what I mean by that is, if you really look at the numbers of approvals that our partners that we have touched in different ways, it's much higher than that. We only count the ones where we, in fact, played a very active role in getting that approval, right? And this is pretty much funding it all the way through approval, providing all the resources. And so that's kind of the model, and you also see it's across, devices, diagnostic therapeutics, vaccines, and, you will see it's across like disease modality in our focus areas. So we would, in an ideal world, love to foster innovation in general, but we have a specific mandate, and so we have very focused area. And we try to make it very clear what we are going to fund you for, what you are interested in, rather than just in general. And so these are sort of the list of all the threats and areas we care about. So what we care about is chemical, radiological, and nuclear threats, right? So things that could lead to a public health emergency. And so, if we were to sort of, have to deal with some chemical attack or nuclear attack or radiological events, how do we ensure that we have products that can be leveraged for U.S. population deal with those? And then all the biological threats that could be weaponized or that could lead to pandemic or that could lead to public health emergency setting. And so that is a combination of, viruses and other toxins. You have bacteria, you have fungus. And so, we have a sort of, a list of pathogens that we sort of focus on. Obviously, sort of we are open, sort of really looking at it from a, how do we ensure that the technology supports the broad spectrum of these classes of, threats. But when we are sort of focused on a specific use case, we try to focus on the ones that are here. And then we focus on sort of another viral threat that is a big sort of area of focus is pandemic influenza and influenza in general, and then a lot of the emerging infectious diseases. This includes a bunch of viruses and bacteria. And then in terms of the technologies and modalities, what we support, it's again very broad. We are agnostic to the approach that we take to deal with those threats. And so we do therapeutics, all kinds of therapeutics from direct pathogen acting to host-directed or syndrome-directed to sort of repurposed drugs to antibacterial. So again, we are really looking at that spectrum. And also, there might be things here that we don't even know about, like some of the emerging sort of therapeutic modalities and technologies. Same as vaccines and prophylactics, taking sort of that broad approach to filling that gap. Diagnostics and medical devices, and then a lot of these platforms and enabling technology that can really help, right? And an example of enabling technology would be, obviously we help develop a lot of biologics and monoclonal antibodies and therapeutics. How do we ensure that we are reducing cost, expediting, increasing the speed, and sort of improving all of that? And so we really focus on all of those different approaches. And again, as I said, we probably don't, this is not the only things we do. This doesn't include every sort of modality. And so if you are sitting there thinking, hey, I have a really neat modality that's not here, do we not support it? Of course we will if it's the right application and use case. Just a little bit of how we are organized. So, we have a bunch of the program divisions on the far right here. And so those are sort of, kind of divided based on the areas that we focus on. I mentioned chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear threats. I mentioned influenza and emerging infectious diseases. We have a division that really primarily focuses on diagnostics and devices and all of that. And then I lead the early innovation arm or drive. That's where we really build a robust pipeline. We're supporting and fostering that early innovation of novel ideas. And then we also have a group that really focuses on that, biomanufacturing. How do we ensure that we have that sort of piece built up? And then when I talked about this expertise and services, we have three divisions that really provide that core and deep expertise. We have colleagues that used to be at FDA. We have colleagues that have run clinical trials in industry that have sort of come on board now. And when we set up a partnership with one of our partners, we in fact are in it together, and so we provide and bring a ton of expertise. And this is a combination of federal employees, but also our contractor partners and consultants that really bring their expertise and provide it to the companies as advisory capacity. And so we provide all of that as well. And then we have a really innovative contracting group. That I believe is the most innovative in the federal government. We have a lot of different ways we do partnering. We do sort of your typical R&D contracts. We do other transaction authorities in a very clever way. And you'll see some of the examples of that as I talk through some of the mechanisms and approaches and programs, how we are really leverage these sort of clever and innovative partnering mechanisms to really partner with all kinds of innovators out there. Sort of this, again, the holistic approach to from early all the way through, and then sort of building that pipeline approach. And so, we have sort of programs that are really designed at different stages. But the idea really is like supporting that whole spectrum, right? And so we can support early proof of concept studies. We can support then the sort of next stage R&D. We can support clinical trials. And oftentimes, we also, in fact, procure the product, and our sister organization, Strategic National Stockpile, can then stockpile it based on the requirements that we have. So I will touch on all of these, but sort of, again, these are like all the models of partnering that we have. And so, as I mentioned, early sort of innovation side, we have BARDA Accelerator Network and CARVEX, and I'll go through all of these in a little more detail. We have a venture partnership that's an equity-driven partnership model. That's, again, very unique within the federal government. We do a lot of these early-stage fundings through different sort of contracting and sort of funding vehicles. We do like late-stage contracting mechanism called BAA. We have a consortium-based model as well, where we have industry partners join the consortium, and then we put out funding calls through that, and then fund groups in that manner. And then we also really try to leverage other sort of, funding and sort of partnering model, and this includes like, leveraging prizes and competitions and things of that nature. So our end goal really is to develop products in our space, and so we take this sort of approach to ensure, like, how do we ensure that we are really meeting the needs of the innovator and making it easy for you all to partner with us. So the first, I'll kind of go in almost the order of like early to late as I talk to these programs. So the very first program I want to sort of mention is a partnership that we started about 6-7 years ago called CARVEX. So we are one of the first funders to set the program up and get it going, and then since then several other partners have joined as well. It's run by Boston University, but it's a program that's very well set. Like everyone who is in the antibacterial world know about the program. And so this is really to build that early pipeline and sort of this acceleration pipeline for antibacterials, focus on AMR. And so what the approach there is, in the beginning, it was almost catch-all, but now it's a little more focused. It usually twice a year, CARVEX puts out very specific funding calls, goes to the review, and then funds these ideas at anywhere from few $100,000 to few $1 million range, from really early proof of concept idea to sort of phase 1 clinical trial stage, right? And it's diagnostics and therapeutics, sort of, it could be any of those modalities. And the other sort of aspect of this, again, very much aligned to the BARDA model, is it's funding, but then also resources, right? That's where like the acceleration comes in, and so providing expertise and providing resources. If any of you are working on antibacterial, do not already know about CARVEX, I would definitely encourage you to check it out and and reach out to them or us, and we can definitely provide more information. The other sort of approach, and it's almost like a network model that we build, is the BARDA Accelerator Network. And so what we are really trying to do with sort of this particular model is really reach that sort of early innovation space and cast a broad net and bring all of them into our network. And so we do that through a few different ways. One is, how do we make sure that the innovators know about us? There is a easy way for them to partner with us. And so that's like just getting the info out. How do we also then help innovators in their journey, especially the early stage entrepreneurs and innovators, where they're trying to figure out like some of these entrepreneurship resources or wraparound services that they need, expertise, and how do we build a program? And so we do this like sort of ad hoc expertise that we can provide, but also we run these set accelerator cohorts each year. And then how do we also provide that early funding? And so we do all of that, and in a way we're also building this as a way to respond in an emergency situation. If we have a major pandemic need or like some public health emergency, can we leverage one of these hubs, go to them and say, hey, we need to find this kind of technology and rapidly support them and deploy the funds, since we kind of build it for that. And so what we have done is we have created this sort of technology-focused hub model. We have 5 hubs, each focused on a specific technology area. So we have one on therapeutics and vaccines. We have one on diagnostics and devices. We have one on enabling technologies. So these are your sort of AI-driven drug discovery or biomanufacturing innovation, drug discovery innovation. We have one focused on digital tools, and so how do you leverage AI and others, and your wearables and your cell phones, and like sort of a combination of all of that to help with our use case. And then the last one focused on special population with a specific emphasis on pediatric population, because we obviously do not tend to do a good job with like focusing on that sort of that niche population. And so how do we ensure that we are continue to foster innovation in that space? So we have these 5 hubs. Each of them really sort of are focused on their technology area. But what they do is they provide proof of concept funding. They put out funding calls. They also do like regular sort of specific problem-driven funding opportunities that might be a little later stage. They run accelerator cohorts where companies can go through this 3 to 5 month long program to really get that in-depth like sort of expertise and analysis. And they are not really physically located. They are like sort of global in nature. They can support anyone, anywhere, as long as it fits within our space. So a couple of funding opportunities that are open through the accelerator network right now. Both of them, in fact, close, I think, tomorrow. There's a small chance there might be an extension, given a lot of people probably will hear about it today and say, hey, like I only have 1 day, I can apply. So I suspect there might be that. But yeah, if you're working on, and this also gives you, it's open right now, but it gives you a flavor of kind of things we do, right? So one, as I mentioned, is that proof of concept. So what we do, usually once a year, each of the hubs put out a call saying like, these are like 200K kind of awards saying, hey, if you're working on some of these areas that we care about, you have some innovative idea and you want to demonstrate proof of concept, you can apply. It's a pretty straightforward, simple application process, and we fund anywhere from 5 to 10 sort of each year with that mechanism. But then we also put out a specific problem-focused call, right? And so one of them is Ready Detect. It's an antigen prize, where the goal really is to develop high-sensitivity antigen tests for infectious disease diagnostics. And so that program is open. It's a prize model where the first stage is a concept stage. You submit your really innovative idea. We'll get 10 awards at 100,000 each to just get you started. At this point, all you're submitting is your idea. And then you sort of go and do the work, and then we have a very specific call out as to what exactly we're looking for at the prototype stage, and companies can then come and submit that data package. And if they hit the threshold, and at that point, we will provide $2.5 million awards. I believe we're doing 3 or 4 of those, up to 3 winners at $3 million each. So that's open. So the first phase closes soon with the idea of providing your idea. And then, the second phase will open a little bit in the future to provide that prototype data and then win up to $3 million. The next one is so that one is run through our diagnostics hub, and then on the digital tools hub, we have a program that is really focused on how do we really leverage sort of, a lot of tools that people might have in their pocket and cell phones and other wearables to use as a way to triage and sort of detect TBI patients, right? And so our interest in TBI comes from our interest in, so the nuclear threats and sort of those kind of events. So if there is to be a sort of mass casualty blast event where a lot of people might have TBI, how do we ensure that we have field deployable technologies that can be used to determine like, hey, these people need to be looked at right now, these people have really mild TBI, they are fine, they could go home. And so, most of the tests for TBI currently are either you have to go and get an imaging done, or there are some blood biomarker tests, but that still requires you to get the blood and run the test somewhere. And so in an ideal world, like everyone has a cell phone in their pocket, and so if you could really leverage technologies like that, right? And so there are some sort of technologies and companies out there where you can measure your pupil movement and like sort of your speech and those patterns to say, hey, like you have severe TBI, right? And so that's kind of the idea of the program. It is sort of a 2-stage program. One is like if you're at the early soft prototype stage, you can apply for up to $500,000 to $1 million in funding. If you're a little more advanced and you want to do some sort of early clinical stage study, you can apply for up to $2 million. But this, again, as I said, these are 2 examples that are open right now, but this is sort of the typical model where we identify a problem area, we put out a call, and then we'll fund groups. And the way we fund these are like, and it could be any combination of a typical grant to R&D contract to prizes, so we sort of leverage all the different kind of mechanisms. And we usually sort of really think through what is the best mechanism for this particular problem, and we try to come up with like funding based on that. So I mentioned the equity model. This is, again, unique in the federal government. The intelligence community has a venture fund called InQtel that a lot of you might know about. It's been around for a while now. And so we got authority from Congress to set up something similar. This is the only sort of such model in the Department of Health and Human Services. Took us a little while to figure out, okay, what does the authority mean? How do we do it? We did a lot of sort of landscaping, went and talked to like different venture groups and other groups out there, and finally decided on this model that, hey, what we are going to do is, in essence, we are an anchor LP in a fund that we are going to have a group run for us. And so we ended up partnering with a group called Global Health Investment Corporation. They're a nonprofit venture group based out of New York. And so what the model is, so BARDA has provided a certain amount of capital that will be deployed by GHIC to really invest in BARDA's mission space, but with that equity angle. And so the primary reason we want to do it sort of couple-fold. One is we want to do sort of, especially in the space we play in health security, it's not the most commercially viable, attractive space. And so what we wanted to do is we wanted to provide sort of, go to and send a signal to other investors that, hey, we are interested in investing in this space with you all. And so we are kind of providing the capital to sort of do that so we can incentivize other investors to come and invest in these companies as well. But it's a venture fund, so they're looking at it from a pure sort of return angle with that impact model. And so, in an ideal world, like, we'd be looking for a technology that have multiple users, that have a commercial application that could be applied, but also has biosecurity, health security use case that can be taken forward. And so it's a typical venture model. If you are interested, you're raising fund, you can, talk to us. We'll look at it from a both sort of impact angle and a return angle. And so if it's the right investment, then we do anywhere from seed to later stage rounds. The check size can vary from anywhere from a couple of $1 million all the way to $10, $15 million. And so, again, we sort of launched this a few years ago, and it's been sort of really active, ongoing partnership. GHIC has invested in 16 companies so far. And again, it cuts across our sort of mission space, but also cuts across therapeutics, diagnostics, vaccines, and then enabling technologies from sort of, that patch delivery to biomanufacturing, sort of enabling technology. So again, this is also sort of really trying to fit that gap of like, okay, here's a company that is starting, trying to get some proof of concept funding. We provide that with our accelerator network and other model. The company like now applied for some of our focused program areas and get funding to move to the next step. You want to, at some point, raise equity capital, and you are trying to find a like-minded sort of venture that will be interested in it. So that's kind of the model. And we are trying to then bring other investors to really do the syndicate deals with us. The vast majority of what BARDA tends to do is, it's in our name, biomedical advanced research and development. So we really focus on advanced R&D, taking a product that's close to clinic, in clinic, and taking it all the way. And the mechanism we use for that, the more advanced R&D, is the broad agency announcement. It's very similar to a lot of the BA that other parts of the federal government has. These are R&D contracts, FAR-based contract model. So what we do is, like, we have a very specific call open that's open for a period of time. We update it from time to time saying, here are the areas of interest for us. Here is specifically what we are looking for. It's very prescriptive. We call out, like, this is the threat we're looking for. This is the gap. This is the stage where we want to fund something in. We put it out, and so the typical process is you see it, you come to us and say, hey, I want to tell you what we do and get some feedback, and so you can request a market research call or a tech watch, and I'll talk more about how do you do that in a little bit. Then sort of you submit your initial abstract, we provide feedback and say thumbs up, thumbs down, like if, hey, it's on scope, submit a full proposal. Or we might say, interesting technology, but doesn't quite fit into what we are looking for. You submit your full proposal, we review it, and then we will come to you and say, hey, we might be interested in it, and we do the contract negotiation, make the award. And this can be anywhere from a few $1 million to hundreds of millions of dollars, depending on, again, what the technology is, what stage it is, what we are sort of trying to do there. So these are all the, and again, I have a slide later on that will take you to all these different places. How do I get all the info, right? And so, but these are all our areas of interest, and kind of is broken by sort of our threat interest as well as technology modality interest, right? So you have chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear vaccine interest, and it calls out like what are the kind of threats we're interested in, what are the technology we're interested in, antivirals and antitoxins, antimicrobials, radiological and nuclear threats, chemical threats, burn and blast. So this sort of, as I'm talking about, like TBIs and sort of, if you have a burn, like, wound healing and those kind of technologies, diagnostics, all different kinds, and then influenza and emerging infectious diseases vaccine, influenza and emerging diseases therapeutics, and then we have a program on sort of organ on a chip, like that is very much calling out on like sort of how do you do some of these microphysiological systems and organs on a chip for like areas that we care about. There's a specific call for that. So I talked about accelerated CARVEX, that's like early acceleration, the venture mechanism, these sort of, focused funding programs that are a little early stage, BAA, that's like, advanced stage R&D programs. And then I mentioned like sort of this sort of consortium model, right? And so the goal of this particular approach is, the eventual goal is still technology development. We are trying to support company to fund technologies. And this is really leveraging this R&D contract vehicle. But what we wanted to do is like come up with a way where we already have sort of the members that are any companies. It's free to join, you don't have to pay anything, but you're already part of it, and then we put out a call and say, hey, here is a specific need that we have. If you have a technology that aligns, apply, right? And with this model, we can also do things a little faster and sort of a little nimble approach. And so we have a partnership consortium model called Rapid Response Partnership Vehicle, free to join. Anyone that is working in our space are eligible to join. Even if you don't have any active program in our space, but you have a technology or platform that is relevant, you can just be member. And then, we'll put out calls that are sort of, relevant to any of you, and then we'll say, hey, here's a deadline, submit ideas, we do the review, we fund it. So it's pretty much, in essence, similar to all the other funding vehicles, but it's sort of close to that group of people. And so, but again, it's open to join, anyone can join, so it's still like not like just exclusive to that group, but it makes it a little easier, faster for us to find the right partner and fund things. And we have two open funding opportunities through that particular vehicle right now. One is around novel immune assays. One of the big challenges with really measuring immunity for vaccines, for infection in general, is we are limited with the types of assays we have available. Vast majority of what we do tend to be, we look at antibody levels, but it doesn't quite tell the whole story of like the comprehensive immune profile. And so we're really calling out our developers to say, hey, come up with like some sort of innovative ideas to do sort of this assay in a better way, where you can look at other markers, you can really be able to tell cell-mediated mucosal immunity. And then can you also sort of optimize the way we collect samples and process samples and make it like high throughput? And so that's kind of the goal. The deadline is February 24. You can look at it. If you have a technology that's relevant, you can request a meeting. We'll meet with you, give you feedback. So if you're working in that space, definitely do check that out. And then we have a request for information. And this is like, and we do that from time to time as well. The goal here really is, we don't really know what we don't know. We obviously do our landscape analysis, but we can't always reach the whole group, like we are missing out something. And this is an opportunity for you all to provide us with feedback on, hey, what are the kind of new vaccine modalities and technologies and platforms we should be thinking about, what's out there that we might not have already seen. So if you're working on sort of new vaccine platforms that is, again, like going to be helpful for what we care about, it's an opportunity to really submit it. So it's open till January 30, submit your ideas. It's very simple, straightforward. You just provide some of your feedback. And we'll take that and then we'll use that as a way to sort of then say, okay, here's a specific, based on everything we heard and our needs, here are a couple of sort of gaps that we are trying to fill, and we'll have funding program open for that. So if you're working in this space, please do check it out and submit your response. And then we have another consortium that is more focused on biomanufacturing. It's called Biomap. It's very similar model. You join, it's free to join, you're a member. We put out specific funding calls, and then sort of based on that, then we'll sort of fund things. So we don't have any open funding opportunity through that one, but again, if you are working in biomanufacturing, just any aspect of it, you should definitely check it out and join the consortium. There is an annual meeting that is happening in February in DC. So if, again, you're in this space, you are not part of the consortium already, I would encourage you to join it. And then if you're able to attend the meeting, so you can really learn more about like our interest in the space, what we're going to be doing, what are some of the things that will be coming up. And then the last thing I want to talk about is a new program we just launched. It's a $100 million initiative focused on antivirals. One of the challenges with sort of antiviral space in general is, despite a lot of investments we have made, and when I say we, across the federal government, NIH, other partners within DoD and others, there are still gaps in sort of advanced R&D pipeline, right? We don't have good candidates that we can move forward, especially when we consider the breadth, because ideally, we'd love for an antiviral to touch multiple viral families where it can really work across, rather than just one drug approach. And so we have a call, we announced it, and we're working on the details, and the first stage of this, it is going to be a multi-phase prize model, and the first stage of this is going to open in about a month, where we'll very specifically call out, here is the requirement. It's going to be a concept stage where, again, it's that initial submit your really innovative ideas, and then we'll give you some money to do the work to come for the next future stages, which will be like hit to lead stage, lead optimization, and enabling. The goal is really to foster that early innovation and early pipeline in antivirals. For this particular effort, we are focusing on two viral family, flaviviruses, so dengue, Zika, and then Toga virus family that includes chikungunya. So again, in some of these emerging infectious pathogens that we are seeing emerging more and more, and ensuring that we have compounds and products that is going to be useful. There are ways to engage with us. Lots of touch points, but the best way to engage with us is through what we call market research call or tech watch. What you can do is, when our information is up there, you know what programs we have. You can reach out and say, hey, I want to come and tell you in 30 minutes what we are doing, if it's the right fit. You reach out, we set up a market research call, or what we call a tech watch light. It's like, come and tell you about a specific program with a smaller group of people. Or you can say, I am at a stage where I really want to come and tell BARDA, not just BARDA, we also bring our other federal government partners, NIH, FDA, CDC, DoD, in these meetings called Tech Watch. You go to our website, you submit there's a very clearly laid out form. You say, this is what I'm developing, this is how it could be relevant for BARDA, these are the kind of questions I have, I want feedback on. The team looks at it, reaches out to you, say, hey, we'll work with you on scheduling the meeting. They also would say, this is how you prepare for the meeting. You come, and then usually there are anywhere from 50 to like 150 people that will join, and you present and you get feedback, and we really get into technical details there. We want to learn more about the technology and how it could fit. So I would definitely encourage anyone who is working in our space to take advantage of that. And we started a long time ago where our goal is to really reach all of you and provide you with a venue to tell us what you're doing. We obviously go to these meetings and we talk, but it's also a central venue where you can go and request meetings. So definitely the QR code will take you there, and then the next slide also has the details. So one thing, in someday maybe we'll solve this whole problem, but I really sometimes feel the pain on your end, and I in fact feel the same pain when I'm trying to find information on all the funding opportunities, everything we're doing, right? There is BARDA, there is NIH, there is ARPA-S, there is DoD, there is NSF. We have all these funding opportunities. We haven't quite cracked the code on like how do we make it easy for innovators to go and say, okay, here is like something, and I find the info. And so, obviously, hopefully we'll get there where it's easy enough. But what what I've done here is, at least for BARDA, where do I go to find the info, right? So you want to set up a partnering, you want to look for funding opportunities. We have a few places you can go and find. The two consortium I mentioned, you can go there, there will be funding opportunities there. And then all the BA and all those information will be on the medicalcountermeasures.gov website. And then for all the early innovation programs through DRIVE, we have the link for that. So definitely go check it out. But if you're confused and you don't really know where to go, the best place is to submit a TechWatch meeting request and say, here's what I'm working on. And then someone will get back to you and say, okay, either we'll schedule a TechWatch meeting, or like they'll say, okay, go and talk to this group. And so we'll definitely make sure that someone is answering that request and like pointing in the right direction. And here are all the ways to be up to date, following our websites, get more info, on social media and other places. So I I wanted to, make sure that I don't spend an hour just talking to you. I think we have, 15, 20 minutes. I'm going to be up here if you want to ask questions, or I'll just also hang out there if you want to come and sort of ask any questions. But as I said, we cannot do what we want to do without you all, right? Our goal really is to develop products that can help the country with all of these threats we face. And it's really built on innovation and built on partnership from all of you. So you have any ideas, submit. Again, I will caveat and say, obviously, you all have a lot of technologies. In an ideal world, we'll fund all of them, support it, and then take it forward. Funding is limited. We obviously get a certain amount of money from Congress, and then we get a list of things we have to work on, right? And so do not be dissuaded, and if you do not get the money, right? Or if, one thing that we always try to do is we don't give you false hope. We are not going to say, if it's not the right fit, we'll tell you, hey, not a right fit for us, but go and look somewhere else. But the best way to get all of that is to reach out, to look at our website, to reach out to us, to talk to us, and find out if it's the right fit, find out if your technology is going to solve some of the problems that we are trying to face. So yeah, with that, really appreciate you all just doing what you do, like taking your innovation forward, developing the platforms and technology that we are looking for. And our role here as part of sort of the federal government with your dollars, is to really support that innovation the best way we can. So thank you all, and I hope you all have had a good JPM and a couple more days for some of you. But yeah, happy to answer any questions if anyone has any burning question you want to ask, or I'll also be here if you want to chat one-on-one. Yes. Maybe you want to go to the mic so you can hear.
So if your company is already part of the BARDA portfolio, are you a good candidate then for the venture program, or are they looking for?
So the way ventures work, it's a venture fund. It does not matter if you have a BARDA funding. If it doesn't matter if you do not have BARDA funding. If you're raising equity capital and it fits like the impact piece, it fits return piece, they're going to look at it like any VC would look at it, right? They're not going to say, oh, you're a part of company, so we're going to give you undue advantage. It's open to anyone. It depends on what stage you are in, what you're looking for, if it's the right fit from a return angle, if it's right from impact angle. So it's totally open to anyone.
But the venture funds has a primary focus, right?
So the venture fund focuses on things that are within BARDA's mission.
Okay.
With the till that if there is someone developing purely one candidate for a bacteria, there's just no way to make money. As a venture investor, we're going to look at it and say, definitely really unmet need, hits the impact, but then is it going to hit that return potential? And so the fund will look at it from that angle. But yeah, as long as it has some alignment to BARDA's mission space, it's totally okay. I mean, we have also made investments in platforms where at that point of time, their lead indication was not health security in BARDA's focus, but it has application, it could be applied. They were looking into sort of taking some of that forward. And so we have made investment in those areas. An example is a company where it's a patch-based sort of glucose monitoring company, but the monitoring aspect of it, you can add other markers and look at infection markers as well. And so GSIC invested in it. They just got their 510K for the CGM platform, but then they're continuing to sort of add other markers that would be relevant to us. And so GHIC made the investment with that promise, right, because there is a commercial potential of return from the CGM, but then also there is a health security angle.
Thank you.
Can you talk a little bit about how you develop your priorities and what that relationship is, for example, with HHS wholly, and then how BARDA develops its priorities and how those might change year to year? And then along with that, can you talk a bit about the time frame for funding. So if you apply, for example, to one of the accelerator programs, what's the time frame? What are the end dates?
Yes. In terms of the priority setting, so there are a few sort of approaches to that. One is the space we play in, the threat we are responsible for. Those get updated, but are mostly sort of constant. The only, there is a cross-agency group called FEMC. I don't even know what it stands for, but it's a group that is, Department of Homeland Security, DoD, HHS are all part of it. And what that really does is that is sort of looking at the threat landscape of biological threats, chemical threats, radiological threats, nuclear threats, and say, here are the potential biosecurity threats that we need to be prepared for, and so we get that list, right? And so we stay within the FEMC mandate, and so from a pure threat perspective, that's kind of our mission space, that's where we play. We sometimes, like, we'll sort of fund a platform technology where, there is another use case, and so application would be something else, right? You could come to us and say, my platform would work for one of the BARDA threat space, but also works for oncology. We're like, great, we prefer that because we want the company to be around. We want it to be sustainable, right? If somehow our funding runs out, we don't want a company to go out of business because we want them to be around to develop technology for our need if needed. And so that, like, sort of, what kind of threats we invest in is kind of somewhat set. It changes and gets updated, but it remains the same. That is determined by that FEMC sort of threat list. And you can find that on the website and sort of learn about all of that. From BARDA priority perspective, we then sort of look at it and say, for these threats, we already have product, right? And we're like, okay, maybe we are going to deprioritize that because there are already products out there that will resolve that issue. And we're sort of looking at, okay, here is a new threat that emerged. We don't have anything for it, so we're going to prioritize that. But then we also look at, like, some of the emerging science and say, okay, here are some of the emerging areas we should focus on. And so it's a combination of all of that. Obviously, we get some direction from HHS and sort of, the political leadership as well. So that's kind of like the priority setting and deciding, like, what we focus on. In terms of the budget, like, obviously we get allocation from Congress and we have that money to spend, right? And so, and that has, fortunately remained mostly flat or gone up over the years. And so we have pretty good bipartisan support in terms of what we're working on and given the threat we face. And our hope is that that will continue. Timeline varies depending on the program. Some of these pilot proof of concept funding program, this like small scale 200, 250K, our goal is really, so it's usually multi-step where you submit your idea, abstract, and then we'll give thumbs up, thumbs down. We try to do that within month and a half, where we say, hey, submit something, and then even the full proposal, we try to get an answer in a couple of months. Some of the larger awards might take a little longer, especially the BAA, the Advanced R&D. That tends to take time, just like any other organization. One thing that's a little different at BARDA compared to NIH is, so NIH obviously by law requires peer review. So the review is sort of, is the peer review process. We do our own review internally. We have our expertise. We bring in an expert and then we do that review. And sometimes that kind of like helps with the speed a little bit because we already know like who these core reviewers are to sort of look at things. We also tend to sort of review things as they come in, especially with BA. It's an open call. There's no set deadline, right? And so as the things come in, we review and we try to sort of move forward. And so it sort of depends on it. When things open and close also are sort of variable, especially the BA is open for a period of time. It's just constantly open. You can submit at any given time. Some of the programs through the accelerator network tend to have deadline. The point of the proof of concept funding program that I mentioned, that one is sort of, there is a priority deadline each year where we say, hey, we'll review certain things. But then it's also open year round. If someone has a really exciting, innovative idea, and it fits within what we're doing, it solves some of our problem and gap, like we often look at it and then we can also fund off cycle.
Can you talk about participation of foreign companies, if that's possible? And regarding US companies, I know it happens with NIH, I'm not sure how the BARDA is. The whole problem of foreign disclosures and grants that has been canceled this year because foreign association, how does it affect the BARDA program?
Yeah, so a lot of the problems we are working on are global problems. Obviously our focus is the US domestic and national population, like all of you, right? But a lot of problems do have that sort of foreign element. I mean, a pathogen can arise anywhere, pandemic could come from anywhere. And so we do take this approach of like, if there is a technology and platform that really is going to fill our need and gap, and it's somewhere else, we are open to funding technologies. Having said that, like, sort of over the last few years, we are at least just given a lot of the challenges with some of our foreign sort of government, we are trying to prioritize the domestic manufacturing. So, and that is going to be a trend across the federal government, you'll see. And so we do fund technologies that are in other countries, bar some countries where there are certain restrictions, but most of our friendly nations, like we have funded technologies and will continue to look at it. We do tend to prioritize, especially in the later stage as it gets to manufacturing, that we sort of focus on domestic manufacturing, onshoring. That is going to be priority, but we are agnostic. We will fund things in other countries as well, as long as it fits within our scope, it fits our gap, and we're looking at it and we get multiple proposals, and like there is one from a foreign country, but like really solid that really fits the need and gap. Like we would consider that. The foreign diligence piece, I mean, that's across the government, right? I mean, and there is a reason for it. It's like obviously the threat of China and some of this sort of malignant part. I mean, we have to sort of consider that. So we will look at it as well. A lot of what we do tend to also focus on supply chain resilience, and so where is the supply chain coming from? Is there some undue sort of influence of some of the foreign government in the team? And so we are mindful of that, and so we do that as well. But we haven't had as many challenges in terms of like sort of how we deal with it. But yes, we do that as well. Okay, I guess I was very clear. So if you didn't get anything, I hope you got that last slide where it says like, where do you go for more information? Please go there, get information, reach out to us. We're always happy to talk and see like what you're working on, if it's the right fit or not. And I really hope you continue to do what you're doing, because again, what you do is important, and we are here to sort of support in any way we can. So that, hope you all have good rest of JPM. People going back red eye to East Coast today, good luck with the flights, and hopefully we'll see you around in other meetings. Thank you, everyone.
The next talk will be with Kelly Shepard, the head of CIRM. We're waiting. I think she should be around. Kelly, are you here? Oh, there you are. Do you have your slides ready? You have the remote here. I think that this is forward, this is backwards, I guess. And you can ask the people over there just to make sure that the slide deck is correct. But it should be. Ah, yeah, that's the right one. Yep. Great meeting you. your bio. All right. Thank you, everyone. If I can get your attention, please. We are delighted to have Kelly Shepard here presenting. She's the Director of Discovery and Education at CERM, whose responsibilities include developing and executing research programs that catalyze the discovery of novel disease targets and biomarkers that can be translated for clinical use, and administrating CERM's shared resources infrastructure, a network of core facilities that provide California researchers and educators with access to unique expertise and resources for stem cell-based modeling. The Discovery and Education team also manages and coordinates an extensive portfolio of training and workforce development programs to prepare a diverse and talented pool of individuals for careers in regenerative medicine. Kelly joined CERM in 2009 as part of the science team under Dr. Pat Olson, where she worked on the initial concepts of CERM's basic biology, discovery, and translation programs, and developed the initial infrastructure by which CERM tracked portfolio investments by disease area. Prior to joining CERM, Kelly applied multidisciplinary approaches to investigate biological mechanisms underlying the cell behavior and function, ranging from the regulation of mitochondrial inheritance and morphology in the study of RNA localization as means of gene regulation. After leaving academia, Kelly led an effort at Parallel Synthesis Technologies to adapt a novel optical coding technology for use in high throughput biological screening applications. She has been also acted as an independent contractor and biotechnology consultant. Kelly received her PhD from UCSD and conducted postdoctoral studies at UCSF as a fellow of the Jane Coffin Child's Memorial Fund for Medical Research. We are extremely happy to have you here. The stage is yours.
Thank you, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here. This is the first time I've been invited to this conference. And as you could tell from my bio, that my role at CERM is a program lead. I lead a group of program officers that oversee our discovery and education stage programs. But I'm here to tell you today about all of the programs and funding opportunities that CERM has and share more information about that might be of interest to you. So my talk today, I'm going to go over CERM's mission, history, impact, and our goals for going forward. I'll give you a description, a high-level description of our current programs and funding opportunities that are open right now. I'll give you a very brief introduction and overview of our application and review process. I then will very briefly give you a sneak preview of some new programs that we expect to be launching later this year that might be of interest. And finally, I will share some resources and infrastructure that have been developed that may be available to applicants for our programs or grantees within our programs. So the mission of CERM is to accelerate world-class science to deliver transformative regenerative medicine treatments in an equitable manner to a diverse Californian world. We are a funding agency that funds research and development. We were created and funded by the people of California. We began in 2004 with the passage of Proposition 71, which provided $3 billion in funding to support, at the time, a high-level goal of supporting research with human embryonic stem cells, which were under federal restrictions for funding at the time. A second tranche of funding extended our lifespan in 2020 with the passage of Proposition 14, which provided another $5.5 billion in funding for us to continue to support our research. Some new elements were added to our mission with the passage of Proposition 14. This is a set-aside of $1.5 billion specifically for research and development of diseases of the central nervous system. It also put genetic therapy or gene therapy approaches squarely within our purview, in addition building on what we have already been doing in the stem cell and regenerative medicine space. So just a very brief history lesson. Since CIRM Proposition 71 passed in 2004, we've made over $4.6 billion worth of awards to over 1,400 projects. This adds up to 116 clinical trials, but from the early years, the majority of our previous funding has gone to earlier stage basic research. We also have over 4,300 participants who have been in these clinical trials, and industry funding to the tune of 25 billion plus has been raised as of assessment that was done a couple years ago. So how does CIRM make our investments? We really put funding into 5 different areas, or what we call pillars. The first 3 pillars are discovery, translation, and clinical. And this describes different stages of the research and development pipeline that you can see here. So discovery to us means foundational, basic research. At the point a single product candidate has been identified, it enters the realm of what we refer to as translational research, which is where you're doing the studies that are required to have a productive pre-IND meeting with the FDA, and eventually pursue IND-enabling studies and clinical trials through our clinical trial stage that you see there on the pipeline. And in addition to R&D, we support infrastructure programs, which are resources that can be used by grantees, and in some cases, this has included some brick and mortar infrastructure. For example, in the early years, shared labs were created for people to be able to work on human embryonic stem cells without mingling with federal funding. We also support a series of educational workforce development programs that train personnel, the current and future workforce, and I'll touch briefly on all of these programs for you today. These last 2 slides are just to give you a flavor of the types of disease areas and focus that CIRM supports. Regenerative medicine, stem cell biology, gene therapy is rather broad. We don't have any particular disease focus. So this is just 1 year of recent funding of all of our grants by disease area. You can see that we do see a lot of neuro. A lot of investigators in the state are pursuing neurological disorders, but you also see a decent representation of other areas as well. We also support a variety of modalities, different forms of gene therapy, different forms of delivery, and including at some stages we fund certain types of biologics, CAR T cells, et cetera. And this is just an example to show that our clinical trials are also covering a wide spectrum of disorders. It's a little bit different than what you see when you include the early stage disorders, because the maturity of the science is more advanced and ready for clinical trials in some areas compared to others. I just want to briefly touch on our education and workforce programs. We have 4 that we are currently supporting. They go all the way from high school students doing summer internships in laboratories, doing regenerative medicine research. We have a Bridges program, which supports master's and associate degree students at California State universities and community colleges. It supports them for doing internships for up to a year in regenerative medicine laboratories. A Compass program is for earlier stage undergraduates and also provides summer internships. And we provide support for postdoctoral, predoctoral, and clinical fellows through our CIRM Scholars Program. And I'm going to come back to this because several of these internships are supported where the stipend is supported by a CIRM grant, and many of these interns gain a lot from doing their internship in a company setting. The companies also gain a lot from having them work there. So what I've given you is a bit of a history of where CIRM came from and where we've gone, and now I'm going to tell you about where we're going. So we have a new strategic plan that was developed about 2 years ago. It's called the Strategic Allocation Framework, and this was an effort where a lot of portfolio data and outcomes from CIRM's research were analyzed, along with landscape analysis, to determine how to prioritize our remaining resources from Proposition 14 going forward, and what are the key goals that we would like to have for impact. And so a series of goals are part of the strategic plan. Not all of them are relevant for this talk, but the ones I want to highlight are the early discovery and translation stage goals, which are identifying and validating novel targets and biomarkers, accelerating the development of technologies that have the potential to improve safety, efficacy, and/or quality of cell and gene therapies. We're also interested in advancing rare disease projects to BLA, and propelling therapies targeting diseases affecting Californians to late-stage trials. We also have goals around accessibility and affordability, aiming to have anything that comes out of this public initiative be available to as many people as possible and hopefully more affordable. And then, of course, we do have a goal around bolstering the workforce to train people who will be ready to adapt the technologies of today and tomorrow to help us achieve this mission. So now I'm going to go into a high-level overview of our currently open and active funding opportunities, and I'll just go into a little bit of detail about each. If you're more interested in specifics, you can reach out to me afterwards, and I can connect you to people who can tell you more. So currently we have the funding opportunities that you see depicted on this pipeline. We have two that support early stage research called DISC-4 and DISC-5. We have a program that supports preclinical development, which is shorthand called PDEV. And then we have a program that supports clinical trials called CLIN2. So first I'm going to go over the discovery programs. So DISC-4 and DISC-5 are two complementary mechanisms that have a shared objective, which is to support comprehensive discovery research across a diverse range of diseases and bottlenecks to accelerate the development of potential therapeutics and biomarkers in regenerative medicine. So one of the main differences between these two awards is the scale of the award and the maturity of the research. And these programs are intended to function independently and together and in collaboration with other CERN programs to kind of synergistically inform and advance the field. So the DISC-5 funding opportunity, I'm going to go through this first. This is a smaller award. It's some people compare it to an R21 award at the NIH, but basically it supports exploratory, innovative research through pairs of investigators. So the pairs of investigators mean the principal investigator and a co-principal investigator who are sort of contributing equally. So the team would be the two California-based leaders and any other key personnel. The total award amount is $2.5 million, and the maximum duration of the award is 3 years. This opportunity is currently open. The applications are due January 30th, so I know that's coming up very soon, but this is an opportunity that will be supported annually. So just to give you an idea of the scope, again, they support exploratory and innovative foundational research that advance our understanding of human stems and progenitor cells as they pertain to human health and disease. They could advance the use and impact of stem cells in the exploration of disease mechanisms and therapeutic target discovery, identifying biological insights to address key bottlenecks in stem cell and gene therapy and other regenerative medicine approaches, or advancing applicability of stem cell and gene therapy and other regenerative medicine approaches to diverse human populations. So any one of these areas, if it touches on that, it could potentially be well aligned with this program. It doesn't have to meet all four. The next program is our DISC-4 funding opportunity, which has a similar objective, but it's a much larger and more ambitious type of program. It's led by large collaborative teams of at least 5 investigators, so 1 central PI, and then 4 kind of co-principal investigators that each would lead their own part of this collaboration. The total award amount here is $13 million, and it's possible to go up to $14 million if equivalent matching funds are provided. The duration of this program is 4 years. Now, this program includes a pre-submission process, which is kind of like a letter of intent, and that's because these applications are pretty large and complex. So teams submit a pre-submission where they kind of provide an overview of the overall project, and then the top-ranked ones will be invited to submit full applications, which will be due in November. So we have a June deadline coming up for the pre-submission. So the scope of it is very similar to DISC-5, but more ambitious, discovering novel mechanistic insights that can advance our understanding of the pathobiology of human diseases, extending understanding of disease mechanisms to diverse populations, and identifying and validating novel therapeutic strategies, targets, and biomarkers. So we encourage these teams to have industry involvement ideally one of the co-investigators from industry, but at least some collaboration, because ultimately we want the discoveries from this to lead into a pipeline that can go into and benefit therapeutics or biomarker, or identify biomarkers that could help deliver more effective therapeutics down the road. One thing to know about DIS4 is that while it is open without restrictions in topic or specific disease area, there are priorities that are set annually by our board. In the current round that is in review right now, the priority was neurologic diseases. I expect it will be a different priority area in the next award cycle. So our board will determine what that preference will be in our March board meeting, and then the RFA will be posted for this program so that the applications that are due in June can focus around this preference area. So the next opportunity I want to tell you about supports preclinical development. This is a fairly new opportunity called PDEV for short. The objective of this program is to accelerate preclinical stem cell-based and gene therapy candidates to IND clearance. This award maximum is $13 million, and it's a 5-year award. This program also has a pre-submission process, and those forms will be due in June as well. So this is just, this is a busy slide, and you don't have to read all of it, but I'm using this slide to kind of illustrate how this program works. There's 2 forms of this award. There's an early stage and a later stage award. In both cases, the goal of the program is to file an IND and have it clear. So for an early stage program, we're targeting projects that have already identified a candidate with some evidence of disease-modifying activity or proof of concept that is ready for a larger investment. So the preliminary data should be sufficient to justify what is going to be a much larger investment in the candidate. And it allows activities focused on getting ready for development, such as candidate optimization, formulation, pilot dose range filing, pilot safety toxicology, thinking about the clinical development plan and protocol, and having an early interaction with the FDA, such as an INTERACT meeting or pre-IND meeting. The second, or the late stage PDEV, is for programs that are a little bit more mature, have already had a pre-IND meeting with the FDA, and are ready to move into IND-enabling activities, such as your GLP studies, your GMP manufacturing of the product, and clinical protocol development. And so, depending on the stage of your research, you can apply for one or the other of the stages of award. Now, this program also is highly subscribed, and so there are some areas of priority that have been set by our board. These are the priorities that are set for our current program that is in development, and again in March, our board will be taking a look at these and making any adjustments if they deem it necessary. But currently, the preference topics for this program and the one I'm going to talk about next are mostly shared. That includes innovation in next generation modalities, such as in vivo gene therapies and non-viral delivery mechanisms, pluripotent stem cell derived therapies, getting back to CIRM's original mission, therapies treating disorders of the central nervous system, and progression from an earlier CIRM investment in an earlier stage award that has moved through development to an appropriate stage of maturity. For the PDEV program specifically, having already had an interaction with the FDA, for example, through an INTERACT meeting, can give a little bit of weight in the pre-submission process, as well as the disease portfolio balance. If it's an approach that you can look at previous CIRM grants, and if it's something that's very similar to something that we've already supported quite a bit, it might not have as much of an advantage as something that's kind of an innovative and new angle on something. And finally, I want to tell you about our CLIN2 funding opportunity. This is a program that supports stem cell-based and gene therapy clinical trials. These can be trials that are first in human, phase 1, phase 2, and it is even possible to apply for support of a phase 3 or pivotal trial. Now, this program, there is some co-funding that is required depending on your organization. You can see that listed here and in the program announcement. It's a little more for for-profit applicants than for academic applicants. This is a 4-year award, and applications for this program will be due at the end of June, and this is a program that recurs a few times a year. So the scope of this award is, again, phase 1, 2, or 3 clinical trials, including registrational trials using a regenerative medicine therapeutic approach. And you can see a list of the types of activities that are covered here, which in addition to the actual activities related to doing the clinical trial include outreach and inclusion, and there will be some emphasis on developing a plan for access and affordability. Again, this is a repeat of the slide I showed earlier that shows the areas of preference, which come into play if a very large volume of applications come in, more so than our budget or operations can process. So the things that could add a little bit of weight in that early pre-qualification step include having a priority FDA designation such as RMAT, pivotal clinical trials, being a California-based organization, and then scientifically some of those modalities that you see listed there. We also have 2 funding opportunities for training workforce, our SPARK program, which supports summer internships for high school students, and a new program called Educate, which supports students all the way from associate degree level to master's level from our California state universities and community colleges to support internships in laboratories. I mentioned this not because a company would apply for these. These are grants that go to academic institutions like the UCs and Stanfords of the world. However, those students that are being trained there are supported to do internships in host laboratories, which can include companies. And many of our Bridges students, in fact, are doing internships and have gone in to do them in companies. This can be a real benefit to the company because the stipend and the payment for the trainee comes from a CIRM grant. So it's all, I don't want to say free labor, but it's, you know, you don't have to worry about paying them from your company's resources, and they come well trained and prepared to work in a laboratory. Many companies have actually hired some of these students and have who often stay in the companies, or they go directly into the workforce as soon as they graduate, or they, in some cases, they choose to go to graduate school. So I just want to mention that we have active programs, and they're all going to be applying, as well as new programs, for another 5 years. So I'm just mentioning this because there's the possibility that some of your companies could potentially benefit from some of these trainees. So now let me tell you just a little bit about the application and review process, which has some similarities and some differences from other funding organizations that you may have worked with. So our applications are done online, but they consist of 2 components, an online section and a series of uploads. In order to open an application, all you have to do is create a login at our website, grants.cirm.ca.gov. If you already have a login, then you don't need to know this, but if you don't have one, you can create one, and then you click on a link called Open Programs, and you'll be able to see all of the programs that are currently accepting applications. And you can start an application, whether you apply or not, just to see what they involve. And what you can see in the screenshot is there are a series of sections online that you complete with the table of contents along the left, and then there are a series of uploads that are attached for your submission. This includes the proposal, which is where you are describing the bulk of your research project, biosketches, other support. If you're a for-profit applicant, you provide a solvency worksheet to show that you have 6 months of cash on hand at the time of application. This is also where you upload letters of support, the timeline for the project, and then any program-specific forms that might be specific to whichever you're applying for. The review process is done by a group called the Grants Working Group, which are scientific experts that are from outside of California. That's required by the proposition that created CIRM. Consists of 15 scientists covering a breadth of expertise. So when an application is submitted, traditionally a quick eligibility screen is done by the CIRM team. Any eligible applications then go to review by the Grants Working Group, which look for merit, so significance and innovation, feasibility, kind of the traditional review criteria, and they score the applications, and they make recommendations. Scores of 85 and up are recommended for funding. Scores of 84 and below are not recommended for funding. Those funding decisions, the funding recommendations are taken to our governing board, who then make the ultimate decision to fund. Now, this is the traditional review process. There are a couple of other things that can come into play when the volume of applications we receive is very high. As we heard from our colleague at Superit this morning, we are all experiencing a surge in applications and demand. And so we have to have some kind of triage mechanisms in place to help manage the total numbers of applications. So there are a couple of other processes that come into play when that situation arises. I already talked about one of them, the pre-submission process, which is kind of like a letter of intent. You submit a short application with an overview of a project, and then some of those will be selected to submit full applications. And then the second method is used only in the discovery or very early stage programs. It's called positive selection. That's a two-step review, where the first step, our grants working group reviews all the pool of applications, and they each select a certain number to move forward to the second stage. And the second stage looks like what you see on your screen, where you receive scores and a funding decision. So who is the grants working group? These are our peer reviewers. They evaluate the scientific merit. We have a large panel that represents a very broad subject matter, and 15 members from this large group are pulled into a given review based on the applications that come in. They provide scores for every application in that second stage or review. There are also some members of CIRM's governing board that are patient advocates, and a subset of them are also on the grants working group. They provide their perspectives and look at the accessibility and affordability and certain aspects of the proposal from a patient perspective, and they can also make comments and recommend scores. Because our purview is so broad, we receive applications in the subject matter that can be new to us. And when that happens, we recruit additional external reviewers who have the specialized expertise necessary to comment on the merit of that approach. So now I've told you about what we have open now, and I'm just going to give you a very sneak preview of what's coming this year. These programs were all developed in the last year, and we're continuing our third phase of new programs. So the first thing that's going to come out from this new phase is a program called RAPID, which is an acronym for Rare Disease Acceleration Through Platform Innovation and Delivery. This is sort of a preclinical development stage program, but it's for a platform-based approach. This program is being discussed by our board today and is expected to go for approval at the end of this month. If all goes well, you can look forward to a program announcement for this program around April, and with applications that would be due in the fall. We're also planning to bring out some new programs later in 2026 to support technology development. We'll have a new workforce development program, and we expect to have a new clinical program and some programs to support data infrastructure. Last but not least, I want to get to some resources that could be available to people, especially people who are interested in applying for awards or working with people who do. So I already mentioned our education and workforce programs. We currently have 60 active programs across the state. About 300, 400 trainees per year go through these programs. There's a lot of different levels available. They receive financial support from CIRM, and they do internships or fellowships in a research laboratory. The internships range, in some programs they're short, like summer internships, and in others they're for up to 1 year or longer. Companies with appropriate environments and resources are welcome to host and benefit from interns. Requires a collaboration with one of the holders of these awards, but if anybody's interested, we have a lot of information on our website about these programs, contacts for the program directors. You can also reach out to me directly, and I can tell you more about one that might be of interest to you and hook you up with the leadership of those teams. We also have developed a dashboard where you can find data that has been generated from CIRM Research Awards and where it's deposited. We encourage and require data sharing, especially in our early stage awards. And by the end of the awards, we like to have this data that is shareable, be findable, accessible, and interoperable so that people can repeat experiments or combine the data with their own to make new findings. And so this dashboard, anybody can look at it and start searching for data sets that might be of use. We also have the shared resource laboratories, which are a set of core laboratories that you can see at the institutions outlined here. They're there to provide expertise, particularly in stem cell modeling. So if you are interested in exploring something using organoid models, but you don't have anybody in-house with that expertise, you can work with any of these labs who can both provide you with models and with expertise. And we have a website that talks about the different facilities and the different services they offer. They offer a number of services in addition to stem cell models and expertise. So we're hopeful that these will make it easier for people to work together and exploit the power of stem cell-based models in their research. We have clinical infrastructure programs that support clinical trials through 9 leading medical centers across California. These are called the Alpha Clinics. They specialize in cell and gene therapies. There's a patient support program that can provide logistical and financial support to patients enrolled in CIRM-funded clinical trials through the Alpha Clinic or through one of our Clin2 programs. And a new program that we're just launching are the Community Care Centers of Excellence. And this is a program that's designed to increase access of regenerative medicine clinical trials to people who don't necessarily live close to a major medical center in other parts of the state. And we expect this to integrate with our CLIN awardees as well as our Alpha Clinics programs. And we do have a network of academic GMP facilities that we have supported to work together to try to accelerate and de-risk past commercialization. We all know that manufacturing is a huge hurdle that still remains to be resolved, especially for manufacturing cell therapies. And it's possible for, there are training certificate programs through this network, as well as the possibility of collaborating with them for advanced manufacturing. And you can find out more information about this program on our website as well. So I went through a lot of things today, and I went through it fairly quickly, but everything I talked about is on our website, and you are welcome to contact me directly with a question. If it's something about something another team manages, I can hook you up with the appropriate person, or I can share more directly, and you can visit our website there. And I hope you'll look at these opportunities, and if you have an opportunity to apply, we welcome. We will do consultations with you. So you can arrange for a consult before you submit your application, and we're happy to do what we can to help. So thank you very much. If we have any time, I can take a couple questions.
Thanks, Kelly. That was really good. I have a question about the financial terms of the grants. For context, I have 2 phase 1 trials with my biotech running here in California, and the asset fits the criteria for CIRM. It's spun out of the UC system, and so my university professor founders directed us to CIRM. At the same time, when I read it, is it true that for every $1 million of grant to fund a clinical trial, there's a royalty charge of 50 basis points? Because if that's the case, then if we took $8 million, it'd be a 4% royalty rate to CIRM. And then as we talk to our large pharma potential partners, there's quite a bit of pushback for taking money at that cost. So could you comment on the royalty burdens of the CIRM awards for clinical trials?
Yeah, so I'm actually not the best person to answer that because I work mainly with our discovery stage programs. But I can tell you that the royalties don't come into play unless something is commercialized. So is that something that you were aware of already? Or?
That would be on the minds of large pharma companies,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, so if it would be great if you come up to me afterwards and I can take your question specifically to somebody who can do a better job of answering it for you. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 questions. First of all is, early on you said it was not all about cell and gene therapy. It includes small molecules and protein therapeutics. But almost every slide really focused on cell and gene therapy. So which is it? Are non-cell and gene therapies eligible for CIRM support?
This depends. So because of the way the propositions were written, there has to be a connection to a stem cell-based or gene therapy. So in the past, we've supported a lot of small molecule projects. Before gene therapy was in our mandate, we supported CAR T therapies. The argument to be made was that the mechanism of action involved a stem cell or a progenitor cell. So a small molecule, there has to be evidence that it targets an endogenous stem cell, right? Same thing with biologics and antibodies. However, we've also allowed for a role of a stem cell somewhere in the development process. So in the past, we've supported products that are small molecules or biologics where a stem cell-based model was used to either identify the therapeutic or to test it for safety or some other aspect that's required for development. So that's one way that kind of thing has been supported. With the addition of gene therapy, from Proposition 14, you no longer have to make the argument that there's a stem cell involved in the genetic therapy. So that has opened the door to some new things, but there still needs to be an argument that it's a genetic therapy.
Okay, second question is in that consortium of labs that have these stem cell-based assays, are there IP considerations? All of those sites are notorious for wanting to glom onto IP. So is the company protected?
So if it's a California-based company and the California company is the grantee, then yes. CIRM doesn't take any IP. The IP belongs with the grantee organization. So I don't think there's concerns about that unless you're collaborating with a group that's out of the state and supporting them with CIRM funds. There are regulations that say if you're supported with CIRM funds and you're not in California, you can only be supported if the IP that's generated from those activities go to the California grantee. So for later stage projects where there might not be any new IP generated, and you can manufacture your cells outside of California. If you're doing a clinical trial, if your clinical site is in California, but if certain activities are subcontracted or services out, that might not be an issue at all. It might be an issue in more of our earlier stage awards where everything is new and everybody might want any new IP that comes out of it. We do allow subcontracting to entities outside of California, even for our discovery stage awards, and many of them do a collaboration. It's just that the external party needs to be aware of and agree that the IP is going to stay with the California organization where the PI is based, and then they can decide what to do with that IP.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Everyone. We had some food for thought, and now lunch is served, so feel free. We'll reconvene at 1, and there's some good stuff ahead, so stay tuned. Hi, everyone. We're going to continue. So please be seated at your convenience. We are delighted to have Alan Chiu here with us. He's a research scientist at Breakthrough T1D, type 1 diabetes. Alan Chiu is a research scientist at Breakthrough T1D, formerly known as JDRF. Breakthrough T1D provides over 100 million in funding for basic and clinical research in the type 1 diabetes space annually. Therapies and technologies that improve the lives and outcomes for type 1 diabetes patients. That includes comorbidities like cardiovascular, kidney, retinal disease, also for driving towards prevention, and of course, an actual cure is also eligible for funding. Alan has a PhD from Cornell University, and has a research background in stem cell biology, islet transplants, and oncology. In his role as in Breakthrough T1D, he's responsible for academic and industry outreach, and particularly enjoys working with startups and entrepreneurs. So I think he's in the right place, right? Welcome. We're delighted to have you.
Hi, everyone. I hope I don't catch you in too much of a post-lunch stupor. But as the nice, calm intro said, I'm from Breakthrough T1D, formerly known as JDRF, the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. We changed our name about 2 years ago, primarily to highlight the fact that type 1 diabetes is not only a pediatric disease. Actually, over half of people who are newly diagnosed with type 1 are actually older than 18 now. And my role at Breakthrough is primarily scouting, so I go out, I have wonderful conversations with people like you who are doing the real work, the hard work, in bringing new therapies, new approaches to the clinic, and I hopefully help them with funding so that they, A, work in type 1, but B, also are able to provide something new and helpful for our type 1 community. So I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with this, so I won't, belabor this point too much, but type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune condition. In type 1, your beta cells release autoantigens, primarily driven by your beta cells, and that leads to stimulation of your immune system, inflammation, and over time, eventually, you lose your beta cells, and as a result, you lose your ability to naturally regulate glucose and produce insulin. And so because of that, people with type 1 have a lifelong dependency on external insulin therapy. And that, I think the misconception for that is that it's therefore kind of a solved solution, but there's actually a lot of other things that kind of happen once you lose that ability to regulate your insulin and your blood glucose naturally. So the burden for managing type 1 is really high if you can kind of consider that every day you're making life and death decisions regarding your blood glucose. If it goes too high, not great. If it goes too low, really not great. And unlike most other conditions, the impetus to manage all of this is on the person with type 1. There's no doctor putting inputs in to control these on a daily basis. So actually, the average person with type 1 diabetes spends a good portion of the day outside of the recommended glycemic zone, and that contributes to the increased long-term complications that people with type 1 face. That includes things like obesity, cardiovascular disease, diabetic kidney disease, neuropathy, diabetic retinopathy, so a really long list of issues. And if your blood glucose goes too low, you can enter diabetic ketoacidosis, and that's a very dangerous condition. People have passed from it. And that's leads to a lot of hospitalizations every year. So I'm really here to tell you that there's a lot of improvement beyond insulin for type 1s, and I welcome all of you to talk to me about how your work might contribute to that. So we're Breakthrough T1D. We're the largest public nonprofit funder of type 1 diabetes research in the world. Last year, our budget changes every year, so it's a little bit hard to kind of know. But last year, we gave about $140 million in grants. And with that, we also pulled in an additional $300 million from leveraged sources, so things like co-funding and things like industry investments. And I know that this is a non-dilutive funding summit, so the majority of our funding does go out in non-dilutive grants. But we also have a venture arm, the T1D Fund, who does traditional equity investments, and I'm very happy to tell you more about that if you would like after the quick talk. You know, our real goal is to get you to a place where you're investable by the fund or by somebody else. So, you know, we're really here to help. So we really see ourselves as an accelerator of therapies in type 1 diabetes. So, you know, when people think of us and maybe your immediate response is funding, money. Money's great. We all love funding, especially maybe right now. And we're very happy to provide funding to drive projects. But we also have a lot of other areas within our foundation that can be really valuable for development of assets in type 1. You know, we have a fairly large scientific team that obviously sees a lot in type 1, knows what strategies have worked, what strategies have failed, and are there to be a resource for you while you're planning out, you know, your preclinical development or your clinical development. We also have a regulatory team, so they can help you figure out how to interact with the regulatory bodies. They can let you know what, you know, biomarkers might be useful, a lot of things like that. And then we also have a healthcare and advocacy team, and they're there to help you figure out what the situation with the payers are going to look like once your therapy's approved. And then we also have a medical affairs team. They're a fairly new addition for us, but they have a really, you know, powerful and important role. And that's to educate the type 1 community, but also to educate providers. You know, why is this asset good? You know, why does this therapy work? Who might be the best patients for it? And so they can really help you figure out what your target patient population is going to be, and help hopefully, you know, once you're in the market to drive adoption of your therapy. And another nice thing is we're a nonprofit, so ultimately our impact is measured in patient outcomes. You know, we love for you to be successful and to get a return, but ultimately our return is whether or not people with type 1 live better and longer lives. So I'll go over this briefly. I think that a lot of people have a misconception about what constitutes like type 1 diabetes research. I think people tend to think of things like insulin and pumps, glucose monitors, and we do a lot of investing in those spaces for sure. But we also have a lot of other areas that we are very active in. And so you can go onto our website. We have a very beautiful but long document outlining our research strategy, and that'll really help you kind of see whether or not you might be a good fit. And I'm also always available for a quick chat over Zoom to see if what you're working on might be a good fit for us. So we have 4 kind of key buckets. The first one falls into what we call our cures, and this is really meant for improving screening, delaying or preventing the onset of type 1, and for helping a type 1 person regain their ability to naturally regulate their blood glucose on their own. So early detection is fairly straightforward. We're looking at improving, you know, screening, improving things like genetic risk scores, autoantibody testing, and advocating for that to be, you know, included in more regular screening. Disease-modifying therapies, we had a really exciting couple of years in this space. Sanofi's teplizumab was the very first DMT approved for type 1 diabetes a few years ago. And it's an anti-CD3 monoclonal antibody, and it's been shown to delay the onset of type 1 for several years. And we're really hoping to capitalize on that success and push forward with additional therapies. So things that might fall into this bucket include things like tolerizing therapies, things like reducing beta cell stress, anti-inflammatories. We're also very interested in molecules that might regenerate beta cells or turn alpha cells into beta cells. And so this area is very large, and if you're working in general autoimmunity, chances are that we would be interested in what you're working on. The other thing is cell therapies. I think that this has also had a lot of eye-catching headlines recently. So this is primarily iPSC or primary human islets that are transplanted into people, and that helps them regulate their blood sugar. Vertex has, a very exciting pivotal phase 3 trial with their VX-880, and then last year, or maybe 2 years ago at this point, there was the first approval for Lantidro, which was a primary human islet product. So this is moving, very quickly, and we're very interested in ways to improve survival of islets. This could be something like engraftment. It could be something like prevascularization. It could be localized immune modulation. This area is very broad and always open to interesting ideas from all of you. And then improving lives is a fairly large bucket. This is what I think a lot of people traditionally associate with us. So we work in glucometabolic controls, obviously things like insulin, smart insulins, things like that. But we also are really invested in adjunctive therapies to insulin. So how can we improve glycemic control besides insulin? Insulin's the only thing approved for type 1s to regulate their blood glucose. It's crazy. It's been a really long time. And we've come close, but there's always been some issues keeping them from being approved, and we really would love to change that. We also were, a really strong advocate and driver for devices, medical devices, what we call automated insulin delivery devices, AIDs, that really cut down on the amount of input that you need to put in. And then we work on long-term complications, so things like cardiovascular disease, diabetic kidney disease, retinopathy. And then we have a small area of psychosocial, trying to improve, kind of the mental burdens of type 1. So we fund companies one key way. Happy to talk about other options, but this is the key way. It's what we call our IDDP program. And basically, it's to help accelerate a therapeutic to the market. Anybody for any for-profit venture is eligible technically for an IDDP. The only major caveat we ask for is matched resources. So if we decide together that the total project budget would be $2 million, we'd put up one, and we would expect one from you. What exactly counts towards that, we can talk. A good portion of it can be in kind. This is primarily for us to make sure that your company can make it through the development process for this grant, but also that if it's successful, you're able to kind of go back and continue development. And we're always happy to do follow-on funding as well if if it goes well the first time. Yes, please look at our research strategy. That'll give you a better idea. But sometimes the easier thing is just to shoot me an email. I'm very happy to have quick chats about type 1. So our application review process is fairly relaxed compared to some other groups. Basically, what we initially ask for is what we call a pre-letter of intent, a very informal, it can be an email, 1 to 2 page document. I just want to know what you're trying to achieve and how much it might cost and what the timeline would be. Honestly, it can be a non-con deck with some text. It's just for me to gauge whether or not it would fit within our research strategy. And if it does, then I'll happily come back and we can set up more discussions, and we can go under CDA or NDA if that helps you feel more comfortable with the decision or the discussion. After that, we would ask for a more formal letter of intent. So this would be, we would ask for things like company financials, a little bit more fleshing out of the science. And if there's still mutual interest, then we would move to a full proposal. It's 12 pages maximum. It's really just meant for us to have the science really fleshed out. And then this would be sent out for external review. And then if everything comes back, then we would do some contract negotiations, and you guys will move forward and hopefully develop something wonderful for type 1. I wanted to spend a couple of minutes talking about some of what we see as success stories. So the first one is Protomer Technologies. They're really kind of like our golden child, our poster child, if you will. I hope they don't mind me saying that. But this was actually a graduate student at Caltech. We had put out a kind of like a grand ideation challenge, basically just like a pitch competition or a call for proposals, very specifically looking at glucose responsive and gradual release insulins. And he was the winner. And during the life of that grant, he developed something really incredible. and we helped him spin it out as to a company called Protomer. And then we did additional funds to help with additional development. And then we worked with Lilly and our venture arm, the T&D Fund, to do additional investments. And then eventually in 2021, they were acquired by Eli Lilly. Another great kind of example that we're very proud of is Semma Therapeutics. So we had a dream many years ago of producing beta cells, insulin-producing beta cells from stem cells. And so we gave grants to a good number of really wonderful scientists, including Doug Melton. And he was the first one in 2000. He was the first one in 2014 to produce insulin-producing beta cells. And that was in turn spun out into a company called Semma Therapeutics. The fund then made another large investment into Semma, which was then acquired by Vertex. And now these are the cells that are currently in the phase 3 pivotal trial under the name VX-880. So we really, one of the main reasons I wanted to show this to you is to say that we're in it for the long haul. If it works, we're here to help you throughout the whole process. And hopefully we accomplish your dream of building something wonderful, and we accomplish our dream of helping people with type 1. So we've had a lot of success with our IDDP program. These are quick ones that have all had some type of major inflection point or exit or acquisition or increased funding because of our work, because of our collaboration. And you're welcome to take a look at them and think about how you might fit in. Yeah. That's all I have to say. Besides, we have 2 current funding opportunities that are available. The first one is looking at how we can improve vascularization of implanted islets, as well as monitor their health. And then we also have a call for, everybody's trying to get in on the NAMs, and so are us. And we're really hopeful to try to figure out a good type 1 diabetes on a chip model. But I want to point out that we have calls on a regular basis. Unfortunately, all of our calls usually end sometime in January. So for this summit, I always don't have a lot to show you. But the proposals, we evaluate proposals on a rolling basis throughout the year. So at any point where you feel like you have an interesting approach, feel free to shoot me an email. I think this deck might get sent out, but if not, this is my email, and I'm happy to take any questions. Don't be shy. Can you just go back to the last slide so we can actually copy that email? Yes, I hope this red button is. Sorry. It's just ACHIU, and then it's at breakthrough-t1d.org. Yeah, we're only interested in type 1 diabetes, but again, the scope is much larger than a lot of people think. There are a lot of type 2 drugs that, for example, we fund kind of repurposing of those type 2 drugs to be tested in type 1s. But whatever project we fund has to have a type 1 focus. It really depends, because we're not funding you as a company, we're funding the project, so it fully depends on what you're proposing in the project. I'll say that the average IDDP grant historically has fallen somewhere, and this is for preclinical work, has fallen somewhere in the $500K to $1.5 million range. And then for clinical trials, it can get much larger, but again, very project dependent. Wonderful. If you're afraid, come find me afterwards. I'm very nice, I promise. Thank you all so much.
All right. Our next speaker comes from our elite clients. Sorry. Secretome Therapeutics is a clinical stage biotechnology company based in Plano, Texas, developing novel therapeutics derived from neonatal cardiac progenitor cells. Their lead product, STM-01, is the first-in-class cellular therapy designed to modulate inflammatory and fibrotic pathways and support myocardial function in dilated cardiomyopathy. Additionally, Secretome Therapeutics is advancing their STM-21, a secretome-based therapeutic currently in preclinical development for inflammatory conditions, including skin wounds and diabetes-associated comorbidities. We're delighted to have Vinny here, who is the president and CEO. I hope that he's here. Vinny, are you around? Well, maybe not. Okay. Okay, so we'll move to the next company. One of our elite companies is called Dionysus Digital Health. Dionysus Digital Health has developed the first blood test to predict postpartum depression, a very severe problem. And it's untreated perinatal depression costs the US $14 billion annually. 1 in 5 new mothers experienced postpartum depression, and only 20% of physicians conduct prenatal postpartum depression screening, despite legal mandates. And this therapeutic is very, very substantial. We're very, very proud of that and proud of this collaboration. And I would like to have Andrea present a little bit about and talk about her experience. Thank you so much. Delighted.
Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. So I'll go through our standard company presentation, but feel free to jump in and ask questions about the challenges around the grant funding strategy, how we built the company. And I think this is an interesting example of how to survive in today's really difficult market for funding, and how you can use grant funding to create opportunity to build and refine your product market fit, which is really critical when you're moving any kind of academic, created technology, and novel technology with no precedent into the market. So postpartum depression, huge societal issues, right? Falling birth rates. People don't really appreciate that, with a reproductive rate of less than 2, that is not just like simply inconvenient for the human race. It just means in 5 generations we'll be extinct, right? Think about it. So in that process of creating a baby, you have to think about that humans are born with immature nervous systems. There is no well-adjusted baby without a loving mom. It doesn't have to be super mom, but mother needs to be there for those first 2 or 3 years of development of human babies. Otherwise, you end up with irreversible damage, lifelong challenges for that child. Attachment issues, ADHD, depression. So creating an environment for mother to be supportive and helpful for the child is actually of strategic importance for everyone in this room. We all may not be married, but we all had a mother, right? Everyone, single one of us had a mother. So the mom is the most important thing for us right now. But despite that, there's very little classic VC interest in developing a diagnostic to treat this population. Always the pushback from investors today is reimbursement. How can you get this reimbursement? And then the reticence of developing a standard of care, changing, reimagining how care looks. So this is a snapshot of how we kind of built the company, thinking first about technology, what we developed, what was the success factors that led to a successful grant writing collaboration with FreeMind. Well, actually, it was because the technology was incubated for almost a decade in the academic environment. That enabled us to develop peer-reviewed validation. So several different clinical studies, 600 people. The validation studies are really critical because as you develop your grant writing strategy, we all know that the primary objective there is for people to rule you out, why they have came up with a smart reason why they can't fund you. So building that clinical evidence is critical. The second thing that made our strategy successful was working with FreeMind strategic advisors to really understand, here we're really looking for the fit of the RFP, what the government was looking for, and what we were producing. So there really is no point in submitting grants that are not 100% aligned with what the program officer is looking for. So think about it from that perspective. You really have to align what you're doing with what they want you to do. If you do that, though, you can see that we create this opportunity to build a company. And through the traction from FreeMind, with $10 million, that was the biggest, most successful kind of determinative factor for the company. Not just from the Department of Defense, which actually funds all of our clinical validation work, also early work from NIH and the RADx program, Rapid Acceleration of Diagnostics. So having awareness of these programs you can jump into actually powered the development of our technology, powered the development of enhancing our product market fit. Now, the technology that we're going for is really focused on postpartum depression, but that's really the tip of the spear. And I think everyone's familiar with this kind of general concept of land in a small market that you can control and then expand. So land and expand. So that's really where you're focusing on selling to investors this idea that you can be number one in a small niche, may not be a massive market, but it gets you traction and then you can expand. So in fact, the biomarkers we measure really create an opportunity to understand hormonal sensitivity. So most of us are blind to the hormones that are changing in our circulation, impacting our behavior, both men and women, right? But if you can understand how your perception of reality is being changed by hormonal changes, and some women and some men actually are very sensitive to this, you can actually predict postpartum depression, the susceptibility that you'll be more sensitive to stress and anxiety, and also other areas of even bigger opportunity, for example, perimenopausal depression and PMS. So really, really important concepts. So the beachhead opportunity, we're thinking about this as what is the big problem we're trying to solve, reimagining postpartum care. As I mentioned, it has strategic importance. That's why the government is interested. A lot of people ask, well, why the Department of Defense? Why that? Well, they're the largest employers of women in the US, actually, and they're really interested in two things: keeping people in the armed forces and helping them to stay ready, battlefield readiness. So it fits in nicely with their idea. This is a big unmet need. It drives a ton of additional value, and I would say in our test marketing, women really want this. Women want empowerment to be prepared for pregnancy, and they want to have a clear mandate to talk to dad and their family that this is not just all in their head. This is something that they need help with. Like mental illness and behavioral health is really challenging because it's not like a broken bone, right? You can't say, I've broken my leg, I need help. So you have to admit something unpleasant and uncomfortable. So a biological driver for this is super clear. And the fact that we have what's now kind of precision psychiatry or biological psychiatry, where we can identify exactly what the cause is and how to treat it, means that we really drive a really interesting kind of business opportunity. 2 million a year, 3 million babies a year born, selling a kit to all of those at $300 a kit, gets you a market opportunity of $600 million. But first you have to kind of get through that commercial launch piece. What was interesting in our journey is that women were very specific in their feedback to us that they didn't want a code analytical scary test result. And they definitely didn't want to be put into a bucket of disorder or vulnerability. What they wanted was a solution, right? So the whole creation of my Luma brand is just like a high-end perfume. It doesn't matter what your test result is, we've got your back. And so you take away the fear and anxiety, you create, and we're all living in a human interface of, we don't want to admit scary things about ourselves, even they're true. We want solutions. Actionable solutions, and this gives an actionable result because there's actually FDA-approved drugs. But how you talk to people, all of this is really a long journey of product market optimization. As I mentioned, we've been involved in this, or our academic co-founders, from almost a decade, building that body of evidence that your reviewers are going to review. And I'm happy to say we were at the point when we applied for the grants that we're pretty much ready to move towards FDA approval with registrational studies and then broadening the opportunity to saliva-based testing and then 6 weeks postpartum. So really enhancing the opportunity there. So what have we done with that work? Really built a complete holistic solution, reimagining how that process works with some key milestones that investors want to see, right? The idea that we can actually get approval by 2027, that puts us almost, within this sweet spot of when FDA approval within 24 months. Even though investors are reticent to move forward with diagnostics, that's kind of a sweet spot. If we can get within 2 years of FDA approval, then you start to see the opportunity to get kind of really better funded. And then, of course, the kind of platform-based innovations expansion I mentioned into every kind of endocrine transition in women is another opportunity to help identify better solutions. The key here in terms of success for the company is really thinking about what do the patients want, how do we help obstetricians, gynecologists? And when you think about that system, and we were really shocked when we talked to obstetricians, gynecologists, they were desperate for solutions, and we thought we would have to give them a cut of the kit and the cost and all that stuff. Actually, they just want to help take care of mom. We're fully overloaded. We're just surviving in today's environment in obstetricians, gynecologists. Average age of an obstetrician, 55. No one's going into that business. Less and less people. No time to talk about mom because they're really worried about baby. So they actually wanted a complete solution. You handle mom. You take, because, that would really help us the most. So it's really creating this ecosystem of secureness and survival where we're working with a partner to provide all that holistic help for mom. And then for payers are really going to come into play later. This is really about healthcare economics. How do we save of that $17 billion? That comes down to optimizing what's called your CPT track, your stack of codes you can use to reimbursement. There's 2 codes we can use today before we get FDA approval that allows us to get reimbursement for baby wellness and navigation services. So understanding the kind of reimbursement landscape, absolutely critical. And then partners, the thing you need to understand with partners is that is a long haul. You have to do SOX 2 compliance, electronic healthcare records, HIPAA compliance. You're not going to do that in startup mode. So that is several years of development and building relationships. In our case, we have a relationship with Mayo Clinic. They're interested in developing this test in the reference lab. So it creates an opportunity to build this. But all of this stuff gives you time and money to think strategically about building your own companies. The other critical element is an experienced team. I am an innovator, serial innovator, been involved in several different successful companies, but I'm not a commercial person. So one of the most important things I would say to founders in the room is, at some point, think about your succession plan. Rashmi is a commercial operator. I'm not. And you have to know your limitations. And I would say it's amazing to me how many investors say to me, thank the Lord that Andrea is stepping down and finding someone else new. You might be threatened by that, but it's actually the right thing to do to build your technology if you're interested in really getting out there into the mainstream. And then kind of just thinking about the investment opportunity here from how we solve the problem, how the science works, and the market opportunity and the solution. Oh, sorry, that was the last slide. Anyway, I'll maybe stop there and open up for questions. And you can always talk to me afterwards, should you wish to. Yeah, so classic investor question, where do we make money? So we make money on the kit. So we sell a kit for like $300. COGS, the cost of making a kit, is about half of that today, and we'll drop to about 20% of that with scale. So if we sold to 10% of those 3 million women who have babies each year, generate revenue of like $60 million a year. And that's kind of the revenue we would then kind of build upon Series A to get to, classically either IPO or sale to a big company. And we'll probably sell to like LabCorp or Quest, and we're talking to those guys now. Yeah, so for innovative diagnostics, you can launch what's called through the lab-developed test pathway. So that is a way that most innovative technologies get launched. So you can, there are some restrictions. You have to prove results to the doctor, but there's lots of design arounds where you can buy tests now and get referred to a doctor and they'll order it for you. Once you set that process up, then you can start selling your kit before you get FDA approval. In our case, we'll also apply for breakthrough device designation, and that gets you kind of early access to reimbursement through what's called TCET, which is transitional coverage for emerging technologies. So all of this reg pathway and reimbursement pathway, you guys have to know backwards and forwards. But that gives us an opportunity to get reimbursement after FDA approval. Afterwards, you have to submit healthcare economic data to CMS, and that can take several years. So that gets a pathway of early reimbursement, but then you also need, in the space, like diagnostic codes. In addition to CPT codes, you need like automation codes and instrumentation codes. So all of that takes time and resources. So the non-dilutive funding is not going to solve all of your problems, but it will create opportunity to invest in the core technology and building it. And then also the validation from peer review to then hire a team that can take it to the next level. Yes, of course. I'll give. Oh. Yeah. And I would say just a few other things. FreeMind is one of the most amazing groups to work with. Not just because I can go. It's not working. Not just because we were successful. The $10.5 million in grant funding, so one NIH award, and then there you go. And you can find me on LinkedIn if you Google me or search. It's a kind of the strategic thinking about, as I mentioned before, how do you align what you're doing to what the government agencies are looking for, so that early alignment of an RFP to your specific area of interest, and refinement of what parts of product development, what parts of technology development fit there. That's a critical structural thing you need to align on. And that's what these guys are really good at. And I'll be around for a bit, so if you guys want to chat, feel free. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andre. It's a pleasure. And Vinny's here, Vinny Jindal from Secretome. We're delighted to have you here.
Thank you for FreeMind to giving us a moment to share the Secretome story. I'm Vinny Jindal. I'm the co-founder, president, and CEO of Secretome Therapeutics. So why do we exist? Well, we observed that for a long time, mesenchymal stem cells and other stem cells have been studied clinically with a couple of very, very clear lessons learned. Number one, they work. Number two, they're extraordinarily safe relative to a lot of other drug classes. And then number three, they're really challenging to manufacture, right? And so the reason is we all kind of start out the same, and then as we age, we become different. So phenotypically, each of us has different stem cells because we've all made different life choices and our genetics have kicked in. And so that donor-to-donor variability creates batch-to-batch variability that has made it really challenging for stem cell-based products to meet the FDA's rigorous manufacturing standards. Some companies and academics have decided to try to solve that problem by going into embryonic or fetal stem cells, which we think comes with a whole other set of baggage, which will make it really challenging to get those products approved. So our reason to exist is that there are about 1,000 surgeries every year on neonates, babies under 30 days old, who have a congenital heart defect that requires life-saving open heart surgery within the first 10 days of life. We get consent from the parents to rescue tissue that's excised from the heart during these surgeries. So in order to cannulate the heart for bypass, About 10 milligrams of the right atrial appendage is excised and thrown away in the operating room. We rescue that tissue, we process it down to the stem cells within that tissue, the cardiac progenitor cells, and we develop that as our medicine, thereby solving the heterogeneity issue with adult cells and the fetal embryonic issue of fetal or embryonic cells. So in addition to being a wonderful substrate for manufacturing, these are actually also the most potent stem cells that have been studied that are non-embryonic, because the potency of stem cells is inversely correlated to their donor age. So we've stumbled upon a stem cell that is the most potent, the least variable in its potency, and the least variable in its makeup, making it an optimal substrate for manufacturing. We're a clinical stage company. We're completing right now a phase 1 study in heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. And we'll have the results for that in February. There's an ongoing investigator-sponsored study, speaking to a group that likes non-dilutive capital, where this phase 1 study in dilated cardiomyopathy that has 2 portions to it is fully paid for by a grant from the Marcus Foundation. So this is 12 patients in a phase 1 that are young adults, and then following that, 12 patients in a study of children with dilated cardiomyopathy, all paid for by the grant, where we send study material and we get data. So it's a wonderful arrangement for us. Our North Star in terms of development is to reduce time, cost, and risk to our first FDA approval, right? To be independent of investor capital. And our way of thinking through how to do that is to focus on diseases where you have the 4 elements that turn FDA from a headwind to a tailwind. A disease that is pediatric, lethal, nothing good to treat it, and orphan. So with pharmacology that could address a wide variety of diseases, we chose to study dilated cardiomyopathy and Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Duchenne muscular dystrophy, as the name implies, is a muscular dystrophy, and therefore it's a neuromuscular disorder. However, the leading cause of death is heart failure. What happens in the heart is actually an accelerated version of what happens to all of us. So relative to skeletal muscle, which can rest and relax and repair when we sleep, etc., the cardiac muscle never rests. But inherently, it accumulates injury. So how is that injury dealt with? The cardiac progenitor cells in the myocardium maintain homeostasis through the paracrine secretion of a collection of factors, about 300 factors, collectively known as the secretome, ergo our name. And these cardiac progenitor cells, like all the cells in our body, age over time. And they become less potent at doing their job. Therefore, heart failure tends to show up in our 60s and 70s. When patients with Duchenne muscular dystrophy who have a dystrophin mutation, their muscle presents with numerous micro tears continually, which is why they're wheelchair bound in their early 20s. And so this is equally true of their cardiomyocytes. So the cardiomyocytes whose homeostasis is maintained by these CPCs, because there's injury in every cardiomyocyte, the analogy would be that the cardiac progenitor cells is like a doctor, and they're fixing the cardiomyocytes. But in a patient with Duchenne, their work volume has gone up 1,000-fold, and they themselves are compromised because they also carry the dystrophin mutation. So the whole system breaks down, and this is why heart failure occurs and death occurs due to heart failure in the 20s. So giving back cardiac progenitor cells would be a reasonable therapeutic strategy. And for these boys, it's mostly boys who have Duchenne muscular dystrophy, you could give them back cells from an older donor or a younger donor. In that scenario, you would choose a younger donor. And this is why we're developing neonatal cardiac progenitor cells to treat cardiomyopathy and DMD. There's a clinical precedent. A company called Capricor Therapeutics announced both phase 2 and phase 3 data in the last few years. Their phase 2 data indicated that their drug works. So patients with Duchenne muscular dystrophy have inexorable decline in cardiac function as measured by a loss of left ventricular ejection fraction, or LVEF. You can see natural history, which is pretty robust in this disease, suggests you lose about 2.5 points every year. For 4 years, Duramyocel, Capricor's drug, was able to maintain EF. So this is not due to chance. This is real pharmacology. Their drug is a 4-cell construct, and you can see that it includes a cardiac progenitor cell, the adult cardiac progenitor cell. We know that all of this activity is due to the cardiac progenitor cell because we remade Duramyocel. Oh, this is the phase 3 data that reinforces the finding from phase 2 that left ventricular ejection fraction is preserved relative to placebo. But we've taken the same starting material, the right age-rel appendage. We've remade Deramyocel in our own lab. Deramyocel is typically about 10% CPC, and we've enriched the CPC content and seen a correlative improvement in ejection fraction. So we're aware the clinical results that they've produced are because of the CPC. So looking at a head-to-head comparison, we took their cell in rodents post-MI whose LVEF is depressed. Deramyocel works. We've seen it work in our own lab, and they've seen it work clinically. It works less well than a pure CPC product, which makes sense. And the adult CPC product works less well than our neonatal product, both at improving left ventricular ejection fraction and alleviating cardiac fibrosis. Getting to the specific properties of our CPC for manufacturing as well, which I led with, this is the state of play for an adult cardiac progenitor cell. 5 different donors. You can see in the component analysis, there's a tremendous amount of heterogeneity. When we looked at 5 different neonatal donors, the exact same cell, the CPC, there's 0 heterogeneity. So the state of play for Deramyocel, unfortunately, and any other adult stem cell is that you can only passage them so many times. After 4 passages or 8 doublings, the cardiac progenitor cell from adults loses c-KIT, which is a canonical marker of being a stem cell. And then when you're on to the next donor, after a limited number of doses made, you're in trouble because that donor could be quite different. For our neonatal cells, we can passage them out to 20 with no difference. This just shows 8, but we've passaged them out to 20 and done sampling at 3, 10, and 20 to determine that there's no change in the phenotype or functional activity as measured by improvement in LVEF. We've launched a phase 1 study in heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. It's a simple study. There's 2 doses, 28 days apart. We look at day 56, and there's 2 dose levels, 100 million cells and 200 million cells. We're pleased to see that there have been 0 drug-related adverse events. And we see significant activity. So when we look at the Kansas City Cardiology Questionnaire, which is, a patient-reported outcome, there's a lot of subjectivity to it. Not having placebo-controlled data makes it hard to interpret what really happened. So our way of providing context was looking at the last 2 entrants into the field of HFpEF, the incretins, or GLP-1s, the SGLT2s. And on treatment, in those big phase 3 studies, we saw an improvement about 17 points, and the placebo effect's about 10, which gives us some comfort that this treatment effect is real, particularly because half the patients on our study were on both incretins and SGLT2s. So they already got their improvement of 17 points, and we sent them up 20 more. And there's a similar trend that we see for 6-minute walk test. The improvement in kidney function was a surprising finding, but related to the pharmacology. And because we can build new cell products, right? I take my product STEMO1, I introduce a new gene into it, we make that STEMO3, and we can use this clinical signal to guide then where we study our follow-on genetically transduced products. So we're moving forward having the safety signals from our phase 1 study, clear proof of concept clinically from Capricor, and a clear improvement to Capricor's product in our head-to-head studies on LVEF, and a program with Duchenne muscular dystrophy. I just want to see if this next slide is there. So relative to their study, if we just ran their HOPE-3 study, we would probably produce pretty similar results. But we're not just running their HOPE-3 study. We're running their HOPE-3 study with a more potent drug that we're going to dose twice as frequently in a patient group more likely to respond on therapy and decline on placebo, because we can get patients in an EF range between 45 and 55, where we know that patients under 45 wouldn't respond, and there was a number of those in Capricor's HOPE-3 study. We know that patients over 55 in ejection fraction are unlikely to decline, and we're limiting enrollment to either 55 or 55 plus evidence of cardiac fibrosis, which is also a leading indicator of decline in the next 12 months. So summarizing our programs, we're the only company developing neonatal stem cells, neonatal cardiac progenitor cells specifically. We have 2 composition of matter patents on our product STEMO1 and the secretome that comes from it. We've raised $35 million to date. We've produced clinical results. And we're moving into a pivotal study to treat cardiomyopathy and DMD later this year. So, thank you. And I'd be happy to take questions if there are any. Yeah. Yeah, so that 35 million is our dilutive funding figure, but the technology was developed at University of Maryland, Baltimore off the strength of NSF, NIH funds, as well as the Maryland Stem Cell Research Fund, since it was developed at University of Maryland, and they have granting agencies specifically for stem cell-based products. So, the technology would never have emerged if it weren't for non-dilutive funding. We've additionally won multiple grants from MSCRF as a company. We also won a $400,000 grant from the Friedreich's Ataxia Research Alliance, which is the key patient advocacy group in Friedreich's Ataxia. And with FreeMind, we've applied for, I think 4 more grants, and we're waiting to hear on 2 from them, on 2 of them imminently. So, we think of non-dilutive funding as absolutely critical. The last 4 years of nuclear winter and biotech to fundraise, if you weren't looking at every possible capital source, then woe unto you as a management team. And some of that funding has been absolutely instrumental for us to move forward. Hey, well, thank you.
Thank you very much, Vinny. And now for the workshop part of the summit, I would love to introduce Alex. She's a strategist at FreeMind, and she'll present on how to devise a grant strategy, a grant submission strategy. Welcome. Delighted to have you.
Hello. So my name is Alex Duef-Cohen, and I'm the VP Client Strategy at FreeMind. And today I want to share with you how we work with our clients and how we build the strategy to submit grants and to maximize your grant submissions. So the way we work with clients, so first, we need to learn about them and about their technology. So we'll start with getting information using a projects table. Then once we have that, we'll build a strategic assessment. We'll dive into specific projects for the first submission, and then we'll prepare the grant. So this is the topic of my colleague's talk, Danny, that will be after me. And then we'll update the strategy. And basically, so this is a cycle, and I will dive into each one of those parts. So this basically builds the FreeMind multi-submission approach. So the way we do it, we start with the projects table, because first we want to know what are your needs. And for you to know what to put on your projects table, you need to understand what is fundable. What can you get funds for? So basically, my answer to that is everything, because you have grants for exploratory projects, preclinical IND-enabling studies, and clinical trial phase 1, 2, and even sometimes phase 3. So regarding budgets, we're in the ranges of $200,000 and $500,000 for exploratory, $500,000 to $3 million, $500,000 to $3 million for preclinical, and more than $3 million for clinical. So once we understand that, what I tell the clients is that the projects table is your dream list. So in this table, you can put all the projects that you're working on and all the projects you want to work on, but you don't have the fundings for. Because as I just said, there are grants for everything from very early stage to clinical trials. So what's important to start with is first is to understand What are the indications? What, sorry. So what are the indications you're focused on? What is your solution? Do you have preliminary data? And what do you need funding for? What is your next step? Then what's also very important is, do you have collaborators? Are they in the US? Are they outside of the US? And what is the timeline? When is your project starting? So once we've understood all the projects, what we need to do is to find the opportunities. And this is the hard part, basically, because there are too many. At the end, there are more than $70 billion allocated annually to non-dilutive funding. So you have the National Institute of Health, you have the National Science Foundation, Department of Defense, you have private foundations, you have other agencies. So where to look? And so the first thing I suggest you should do is first to go to the NIH reporter. You put your keywords, your indications, and then you can look at the grants that were previously funded for this specific indication. So it can give you an idea what they are interested in. Also, you can understand which of the 27 NIH institutes is interested in funding your project. So this is the first step. Next, once you've understood that, you can go to grants.gov. Grants.gov is a database of all the available grants, and it can be very overwhelming. So what you should do is put your keywords and scroll through the options. You can use some restrictions, ask only for NIH grants, DoD grants, and then you can compile a list. Next, we have eBRAP. eBRAP is a place where you can find Department of Defense grants, like the US Army, the USSOCOM, the CDMRPs. Those grants will be found also on grants.gov, but if you know you're looking for a DoD grant, you should go definitely to this one first. And next, the private foundations. The private foundations is the hardest. Why? Because there are so many private foundations. How do you know if a private foundation will fund you? So this is the hard part, because most of the private foundations we know, they fund academics. They have very low budgets. And so what we do at FreeMind is we screen all the time for new private foundations, and we have a database of private foundations that will fund companies and that have budgets that are relevant to companies. So next, what's important to understand is you have 3 types of submissions. First, you have the unsolicited. Unsolicited mean, we call them also the parent solicitations. It means it's mostly in the NIH, and those solicitations are open. They don't have restrictions of science and indications. You can submit whatever you want. And then the relevant institute will be the one reviewing your applications. So those parent opportunities are, first, you have SBIRs and STTRs, and you have R01s and R21s. So for SBIR and STTR, you have to be a US company. All the work needs to be done in the US, and this is why we have the alternative of the R01s and R21s that are open to foreign components and foreign applicants. Next, you have the solicited opportunities, which are very specific usually. They are looking for a very specific landscape, very specific indications and very specific projects. They will a lot of time tell you exactly they are looking for exploratory. They are looking for these types of experiments. They're very restrictive. In both cases, you should reach out to a program officer to make sure that your project is a fit, but especially for the solicited ones. So we have that in the NIH. We have specific SBIR opportunities. There are R21s, R01s, U01, which is a collaborative agreement from the NIH, where if you're awarded, you'll work side by side with the NIH while completing your project. We have the CDMRPs, the Department of Defense, ARPA-H. They have very specific projects also that they release from time to time. And lastly, you have the BAAs. They're some kind of in the middle between the unsolicited and the solicited. They will give you some restrictions. They will give you some specific topics they're interested in, areas of interest, but they won't be restrictive too much with the science. They're looking for a therapy, but they will not tell you exactly which type of therapy they're looking for. So once we understand all the choices we have, we compile a list that is called the strategic assessment. So it's usually a very large document where we put all the information of the solicitations that are relevant to all the projects. And it can be very overwhelming. So once we have that, we go over it with the client. And then we have to understand very important things. What are the priorities? What are the projects that you want to fund first? But also, what are the deadlines? Because if you have a project that is very important to you to fund, but the deadline is in 6 months, but in the meantime, you have a deadline coming up for a second project, you don't want to wait. So this is why what we do, we build a Gantt chart. And we build the Gantt chart together. What we do at FreeMind, we never stop working. We go from application to application. And that's why having a Gantt chart of what do you want to start with according to your priorities and according to the deadlines is very important. So you're sure you're not missing any opportunity. Also, when a solicitation seems very interesting, we need to discuss, if it's a solicited one, we need to discuss the project fit. It needs to fit perfectly the solicitation. And what we want to do is to cast a large net. What we always say is we don't want to put all of your eggs in the same basket. We'll take one project and we'll submit it wherever we can, and we'll see what catches. Because sometimes there is a project that the NIH will reject, but the Department of Defense will love and will fund. And it happens more than once. Okay, so next, what we do, once we decide on a project, let's start with the first one. We're not done yet. We need to dive into this specific project. And this is when we build the one-pager. So what is the one-pager? This is an internal document. No one is asking for this document except for us at FreeMind, because we want to make sure that this project is perfect and is very competitive. So in the one-pager, we'll need the background. What is the significance? What is the innovation of the project? Do you have preliminary data already? Next, the specific aims. What is the hypothesis? What are the questions that you're asking? And then, how will you answer those questions? And which is basically the experimental design. And lastly, what are the milestones that you want to achieve? And this is basically the skeleton of your project. Next, we need the technical part. What is your budget? Does the budget fit the solicitation? What is the timeline? Who will be the PI of the project? Does he have the right credentials? Should we look for someone else? Do you have CROs? Do you have collaborators? Do you need an expert in a specific field that you're missing right now in your company? So that was the technical part. And this builds the one-pager, but it's not it. What is very important is to tell the story. So it's very compelling and very competitive. We will modify the story. We will not modify your project, and that's very important. You have goals in your companies. We will not change your science just to fit a solicitation, but we will try to tell the story a little bit differently, so it's better received. Once we have that, then we go to the grant preparation, and that we will hear about it by our very competent grant consultant and group leader, Danny, right after my talk. And then we'll update the strategy. And actually, this part is something that we do all the time. So we talked about the strategic assessment. We defined the project. We submit it. We receive feedback. This feedback is very important because it helps us to resubmit if the grant was not awarded, and it can help also other projects that you have. So what we will do, once you submit 1, 2, 3 applications, we will update the strategic assessment with new priorities on your end, with new opportunities that come out. We will use the reviewer's comments, the summary statements that you will receive. We will reach out to program officers. We will ask, how can we improve? How can we make it better? And we will resubmit. We will rethink the fit. As I said before, there is a project that can be very well received by one agency, but another agency will not receive it well, so we will not resubmit it here. We will focus on the second agency. So the way we do it is the multi-submission approach. We submit and resubmit. We submit to the same project to different agencies. We change and evolve and get better and more competitive applications each time until we hope that you get your award. That's it. Do you have any questions for me? Okay. So now I'll make place for Danny, and I will be available behind the scene if you need me. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
SBIR in general?
Yes, of course. So at the moment, there are no SBIRs. We're all aware of that because the reauthorization of the SBIR program hasn't been approved. And this is not because of lack of, there is no question if they want to reauthorize. That's what I mean. They will reauthorize the SBIR. The question is, how will it look? Will it be the same or will it be better? And when will it happen? At the moment, the SBIR is quite low on the list of priorities for the budget of 2026. And this is why we've seen delays. We don't know yet what will happen, but we hope, and we're still very sure, that there will be a deadline before April. We don't know when it will be. And if you look in the website of sbir.org, they tell you to continue working because if the SBIR is reauthorized, there might be a deadline in 2 weeks. So this is what we know. We don't know more. We're waiting. We're always updating ourselves. And we have newsletters that we send out every time that something out comes up. So you can hear about it from them. Anything else? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Well, hello everyone. You met me, right? So, can we have the slide deck? Okay. Oh, right. Sorry. Hello, my name is Danny Fulton. I'm a group leader at FreeMind. I've been with the company for a long time, around 14 years. And today I want to talk about grant writing in the era of AI. And when I say AI, of course, I mean transformer-based LLMs. They've been exploding in the last 3 years. We all use them. And so do we. In the last 2.5 years, 3 years, we have been gradually implementing AI tools into our workflow, gradually, slowly, starting with, more mundane documents, not the base scientific documents. But we've accumulated a lot of knowledge in that area, and we would like to share a little bit of our experience about the pros and cons, give you some tips, what are the challenges, and hopefully it will be a productive discussion. But first, let's talk about our expertise at FreeMind. Now, at FreeMind, as you know, we help the biotech industry secure grants and contracts. As I said, I've been with the company for 14 years. And a few years back, a high school friend of mine co-founded a startup. And he said to me, I was very flattered, you're an experienced consultant, you know how to spot good science, and can you help us assess our R&D plan? And of course, I helped them. I was very flattered. But it made me think, and it made me realize that what we as consultants see as good science is basically good science in the eyes of the reviewers. We really focus on the reviewers, so much so that I had even a bias in that sense. Because no matter how good the underlying science is, at the end of the day, a reviewer has to give it good enough scores for the application to win. Now, reviewers use known criteria, but they use a lot of unwritten rules, and they have a lot of unknown expectations, or not unknown, but unwritten expectations. Those unwritten rules are numerous, and they aren't spelled out anywhere. They live in reviewer culture. They live in the funding agency's operations. And in order to pick those up, you need to have constant interactions with those bodies. And luckily at FreeMind, this is what we do on a daily basis. I'll give you one example. I don't want to disclose too many trade secrets. How do you present the milestones? Okay. So for a phase project, like an SBIR phase 1, for example, you need to have milestones. The milestones are go, no-go points aimed at assessing whether you have met your objective for an aim or for a project. And it's common knowledge that milestones need to be quantitative, right? There are go, no-go points. The second thing is that they need to be justified. They represent the success of your project, right? Or a metric for success. And if you ask an AI model, it will spit out something that rhymes with that, with a lot of fluff, of course. But one small, or one, not small, but one significant unwritten rule that we have with milestones is that we will tell clients to make sure that the milestones aren't overambitious, that they are conservative. And the reason is that if you, for example, think that you can get 95% reduction in viral load or tumor eradication, and you set the bar too high, or you set the bar as high as you expect, and you get, let's say, 92% or 85%, then you fail to meet your milestone. And then you're risking transitioning to the next phase, meaning you're losing millions, basically, on such a small thing. Whereas if you've set your milestone at 85% and you get 95% reduction, all the better. So this is an example of one small rule. It isn't spelled out anywhere, and it's been learned from lived experience, fortunately and unfortunately. In fact, I wanna add that if you ask an AI model how to present your milestone, they will immediately try to draft a milestone for you. And that is something you don't want to do. All right. Okay. So Alex described our day-to-day reality very well. It's the grant cycle reality. We work on a proposal, we submit it, hopefully it gets funded. If it doesn't get funded, we assess the reviewer comments and address the comments, write a responsive proposal, and then we hopefully it gets submitted, hopefully it gets funded, and so forth. That's a cycle. Now, working on so many proposals, cycle after cycle, we have internalized how reviewers assess a proposal on all aspects. That could be how reviewers react to various scientific decisions. Should you use this comparator? Should you use that CRO? That's an important question. Who should serve as PI, as Alex said? What should be the PI's credentials? Maybe you need a multiple PI plan. Which consultant should you use in order to get a positive review? How will reviewers react to this methodology or to that methodology? So there are a lot of scientific decisions that we have a lot of experience in how reviewers react to those. Now, of course, there are many reviewers, there are many opinions, but over such cycle after cycle, patterns emerge, comments recur, the same strengths are being rewarded and the same weaknesses are being penalized every time. I'm proud to say that we are rarely surprised by reviewer critique. And of course, when we meet a new or when we encounter a new pattern, we gradually, cautiously implement it into our workflow. A consultant at FreeMind was trained on exemplary proposals from day one. The average FreeMind consultant has worked on hundreds of applications, analyzed the summary statements, helps to strategically address those comments, as I said, to create, together with the client, a responsive document or a responsive proposal. And that gives us, the consultants, a very tangible feel of the quality of each aspect of the proposal and how a proposal should be presented, how it should be written. And that's very important. I think that's a big part of our added value. Sorry, just a sec. Okay. Okay, so one important thing is that a lot of these unwritten rules is something that we've picked up a long time ago, and we passed those from one generation to the other. We've been doing this for over 20 years, so I can say generation, that's all right. And I want to stress that no AI model has this experience. No AI model has this specialized know-how in this niche domain. No AI has this training data. And no AI has this accumulated knowledge that we have accumulated over the years. One nice example for me is negotiations. Let's say we have submitted a proposal, it got a very high impact score, and you're summoned by the PO for negotiations. It sounds right. It sounds nice, right? Negotiations, you negotiate. No, actually, the PO, whoever is in charge of the mechanism, will ask you to address specific issues during negotiations. And during negotiations, we have a good sense of which issue could stall a project for a few months, which issue could be a deal breaker, and which can be resolved in a sentence or two of justification. And that's very important. It's important for the negotiations themselves, but it's also important for the grant development process, because we know how to prioritize or what to prioritize when working on a proposal. Because inherently, grant writing is a compromise. You have a limited amount of resources, time resources, and you have limited amount of space. The average proposal is 6 pages, 9 pages long. So knowing what to focus on in an inherently compromised environment is very important and help you maximize your chances of success. And this accumulated know-how that we have gathered over the past 20-something years, together with our truly amazing human resources, consultants and strategies alike, also the management, with the professionalism, dedication, but most importantly, passion for science, passion for innovative science. This is why we chose this career path. This is why I'm here on this stand. And at the end of the day, this subsequently formed Freemind's institutional memory. And together, day by day, we are taming the AI tiger. Not slowly, but surely. Okay. Now let's talk about the benefits of using AI. The output is text, so why not, right? Many of those pros are quite obvious. They help you automate repetitive tasks. They save a lot of time. From a grantsmanship perspective, we're talking about lists of abbreviations, formatting tasks, creating scaffolds for documents, such as abstracts, facilities, etc. Another important point that is well known, processing large data sets and analyzing data from large amounts of publication. This has become more and more important in our workflow. We are now able to extract data and to analyze data from much broader body of work. So if in the past, for example, reading 4 articles would have taken us, a day or 2, maybe even 3, today, very fast, in less than, in an hour or so, we can analyze 20, 30 publications. And at the end of the day, this helps us create a more complex application or go into higher resolution in our application development process. So the time saving here is very important, but it's not the time saving itself. It allows us to use more sources that would have been time prohibitive in the past. The third benefit of AI, editing tasks, right? Summarizing, rephrasing. It does a decent job. I must say that we do a better job. I think that you would all say that in your own domain, you do a better job than an AI model. But it would be a bad decision not to use AI for that. We do use first drafts for such, or we do summarize or use an AI model summary as a first draft. And it helps us get to the same quality faster. The fourth thing that we think that AI models are good at is generating standardized data or standardized text. LLMs are probabilistic in nature, you know that. And when you want to, for example, write an established protocol, if you want to illustrate basic scientific information that are established, if you want to explain an established standard of care treatment, you can do that. And the AI model will do a good job at it, generally speaking. It can do so, I think, because there's enough data on the web, online, for it to create or to respond with a balanced response. Okay. So these are the benefits of AI that we see. Let's talk a little bit about the risks. I'm going to get a little bit poetic here. Mark Twain has this famous quote that history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. He was a talented guy. That's a little bit how I think about LLMs. They won't give you the truth, but they'll give you something that rhymes with the truth. It will be in the same area of semantic Latin space, for example. So the risks of AI. The first thing, I want to get it off the table, factual mistakes and hallucinations. We know that models make mistakes. We know that they have hallucinations. For the purpose of this presentation, I'm going to assume that they will diminish or they will be overcome. I don't want to waste time about hallucinations and factual mistakes. The most important thing is that we catch those mistakes. And because we constantly validate the outputs, we make sure that if there is a mistake, we catch it. But it is a risk. The second thing, and I think this one is very important, in the slide it's called stylistic, but I would say it's a mismatch between tone and content. You'll get repetitive language, circular language that seems to go nowhere, use of overdramatic language, a tendency to be too explicit when an implicit statement is needed, over and under justification. This is a very important point. What you justify and what you don't justify is an important tool that we use as grant consultants. I'll give you an example. If you do not justify something that, in most cases you would want to justify something relatively basic, it can signal to the reviewer respect, that you're basically saying to them, I don't need to teach you about NMDA receptors. I don't need to teach you about checkpoint inhibitors, for example. You know that. I'll get straight to the point. It shows professionalism. And this is a tool that we use, and AI model is very bad at it, I must say. So this is an example. The basic idea is that there's a mismatch between the significance of what it describes, the model describes, and the action itself. One example of this is that 2 years ago, we got this, we were working on an IND submission proposal, and we got this output. I'll read it to you. We will utilize a systematic approach to regulatory filing, addressing the core fundamental challenge in regulatory science by submission of an IND to the FDA. Now, it's true, but all this grandiose language about it doesn't make sense. It's eerie, it's weird. And we'll talk about that a little bit. The third risk, I would say, is to prioritize the important from the excessive. The responses of AI models have a lot of fluff, and it's often very hard to distill the core message, the core idea. Now, another point or another risk, we talked about the probabilistic nature of LLMs. They could be good for generating standardized text, but they reward mediocrity. That's the definition of mediocrity, right? They give you the next most probable word, and that's the last thing you want with your grant. You want your grant to shine. You want your grant to be perceived as unique. And especially when innovation plays a key role, the last thing you want is mediocrity. The last one I would say is psychophancy. I hope I pronounced it well. Basically, the LLM is a yes man. LLMs prioritize user agreement. They'll give you a response for a question, and then if you're not satisfied with it, you're not sure, you'll try to question the rationale behind it. And the model will immediately side with your implicit position. And this makes it very hard to get an objective anchor and to understand what is the real objective analysis that the model has done. Obviously, it involves a lot of confirmation bias. It creates a dangerous echo chamber. The model will not challenge your flawed strategy, if it is flawed. And sometimes will instead even find reason to double down on your implied positions. I'm being very emotional about this because as a grant writer, I must say, or a grant consultant, critical thinking is our tool. We are constantly challenging your scientific assumptions. And this is a big part of what we do, and we're proud of that. I would even say that it's a part of my personality. I like to be critical. I like to say what's wrong. I like to be pessimistic about stuff and think that things can be better or could be improved. So that's something the model is really bad at, and I want to say that. Okay, so we talked about 5 or 6 risks. I want to just say that basically I think that these risks represent a few instances of an infinite pool of ways AI can go wrong. And let me show you this, but in order to do that, I'll go back to federal reviewers. We'll talk a little bit about the NIH, the biggest funding body for life sciences. After 2.5 years of AI use in grants, the NIH finally spoke up and issued a notice. You can see it here in the presentation. Now, most of the attention was directed at the limitation for 6 applications per PI, obviously. And the NIH language was dry and formal. It spoke of thought homogeneity. But in academia, in the Center for Scientific Review, where they review applications, there were a lot of complaints about applications that looked perfectly structured at first glance, but sounded hollow, that they basically said nothing. They lacked the researcher's voice. They lacked the scars, the idiosyncrasies of the scientific endeavor itself. Reviewers complained that many applications had a uniform tone. They sounded almost identical. So much so that they triggered discomfort. And that's why I wanted to show you this. The uncanny valley. Maybe you are familiar with it from robotics. It's a notion from the 70s from a Japanese investigator, or engineer, sorry. And the idea is that when something is human-like, like LLMs, that's what they do, it can create an eerie feeling when they come too close, but a little bit off to being human. This phenomenon describes our discomfort when human-like robots come close, but not quite to being human. You just have this feeling that something's off and not right. In the past few years, it's very obvious, I would say, that LLMs have extended this concept to text and subsequently to grants. Sorry. Okay. Hope it's not too eerie. Now, I'm not saying it's a horror movie. I'm not saying a zombie will jump from a proposal and scare the reviewer. Obviously, it's much more subtle. But it's the same idea. There's this eerie feeling that is elicited by a gap between a human attribute that the text has and subtle markers that reveal that it was generated by a machine. Prosthetic hands, for example, CGI, wax dolls. That's what's creepy about them is what is creepy about AI-generated grants if it's not handled with care. That's my argument, and I'm saying this because I don't want to say that there are just 5 risks. There are not 5 risks. There are numerous, infinite number of risks, and the risk is a mismatch between the tone and the actual significance. This gap, as we talked about, can be manifested as repetitive language, circular language, overconfident claims that ignore scientific uncertainty that is inherent, could be manifested as grandiose tone applied to routine scientific tasks like the IND we talked about. And since there are an infinite number of ways to deviate from the authentic or the familiar, the list is basically endless. In most cases, as I mentioned, you won't even be able to put your finger on it. You'll just have a sense that something is off. Now, the most important aspect of this is unique to grants, and that's why I want to talk about this notion that the human or the familiar to a reviewer is not just human, it's the field itself. To a reviewer, think about a reviewer, right? They spend their life, they spend their career working on breast cancer or prostate cancer, something like that. And they volunteered to review applications in order to advance the knowledge. And they get a proposal that is written in a way that they can put their finger on it, but something's off. So I'm not saying a zombie will jump, but I'm saying that reviewers are over-sensitized to such AI use. So you have to handle it with care. And when AI is used in grant writing without extensive real-life understanding of reviewer expectations, you won't just fail to persuade. You don't only run the risk of adopting a misleading AI advice. You run the risk of alienating the reviewer. And that's a risk you don't want to take. Now, at FreeMind, we're constantly studying, analyzing applications, learning from reviewer critique, and ensuring an authentic, well-construed, and highly competitive grant that has a clear and unique voice. And this is my main point. So we have a classic working process. I'll briefly explain it or go over it. There's a preparation phase, as Alex described. We find the right aims, we find the right funding opportunity. Then we, the consultant, generate a first draft. We iterate with the client until we finalize everything, and there are auxiliary documents. Now, today, with our new enhanced working process, the steps are the same. But I must say the preparation, for example, is much longer. It's much more extensive, because the more you are prepared when generating a first draft, the less you'll avoid more errors downstream. The generation of the first draft itself takes it can be done much faster. If in the past it was, I would say 4 to 5 days, depends on the quality of the background material. Today we can do it in a few hours. But it's more complex than that. You need to be very careful, and we'll talk about that very soon. Okay, so this is, I'm very proud of this slide. This is how I feel about AI or working with AI in grants. On the green side, you see basically a canoe, right, with one pedal. So each time you have a stroke or you stroke it, you advance, but you also deviate. So that's the green one. If you're only using AI and you don't have the expertise, you advance and you drift. You advance and you drift. The way to do it, and we found that sweet spot, is that you advance, you drift a little bit, but you correct. You constantly correct the output. And in this way, you can create good quality material. So this is the rowboat metaphor, I would say. And the idea is that basically the time savings are immense, but the time savings allow you, at the end of the day, to focus on the higher end tasks. It's not that you can just create a lot of, or just be more productive. There's a reason for this, or the way to take advantage of this production is to allocate more time to focus on the real issues, the prioritization that we talked about. few examples of this constant correction. Oh, okay. This is what I talked about. So the main takeaway for me, or for you as well, I think, is that AI-driven time savings allow for increased focus on higher-end tasks. The major productivity gains, to have major productivity gains while maintaining and even improving the quality of an application. Okay, so these are a few examples of me correcting the LLM model that we use. We have a dedicated model. I sound a little bit like my grandmother here. So I give you a few examples. I try to de-identify and make them as generic as possible, not to disclose anything proprietary. So when you claim X, make sure you're aware of the state of the art and other emerging technologies in the fields such as X and Y and Z. When you say leveraging recent advances in X about Y, please mention the specific sought-after activity. Each time you claim something is innovative, please clearly explain the innovation itself. Please clearly explain the X data unless obvious to a person skilled in the art. Please do not use bullet points, only titles and text. So this is one example. The others run along the same lines. So you see that I'm constantly correcting the model's outputs. And what I want to claim is that, okay, so where are we? Why do we need to constantly correct it, and what do we do? How do I correct it? Interestingly, when we are correcting as consultant an AI model, we utilize the same type of comments and expertise that we have accumulated over time, and that we exert when working with clients. We ask the same questions, we emphasize the same points, and basically I'm saying that our expertise is embedded in our AI-enhanced process. There's no way to differentiate the two. Okay. So LLM is an engine to us. It's not a writer, it's not a ghostwriter. We still hold the wheel. And the question is not whether or not to use AI, but who should guide it. It's a powerful tool, you need to use it, but you need to use it with care, because there are a lot of risks, which I just enumerated. I would say that we have found the sweet spot, AI accelerated productivity, guided by over 20 years of reviewer insight and grantsmanship experience. And also, I want to say something about our team. We are very tech savvy. We have an internal AI team that constantly help our consultants to be more tech savvy and work with AI better with each day. And we sit in this, or we are situated in this intersection where we have so much domain expertise and we have the advantage in our specific niche domain. But at the same time, we are improving our AI capabilities, constantly improving those as well, in order to gain, not just productivity, but quality gains. And that's it. Thank you very much. Also the MC, so there'll be some closing statements. Do we have anyone here? All right. So enjoy yourself. Any closing statements? Yeah? No? Okay. Thank you very much.